Since writing my first book, Sell to Survive, which was self-published, by the way, I have written 3 other books: The Closer Survival Guide, If You're Not First, You're Last, which, by the way, was a New York Times bestseller, and The 10X Rule. People say that book is magical. It's the only difference between success and failure is whether you set goals that are 10 times what you have been setting and then basically do whatever it takes and create an action plan to exceed these 10X ambitions. Which, by the way, I used the 10X rule to land my TV show called The Turnaround King. Well, as I wrote these 4 books, I learned a great deal about what people could actually use in the books, what was working in the book, and because of the input that I got, particularly from the first book, 2008, Sell to Survive, I learned what was needed that may have been missed in the first rendition of this book. This book has been through 3 other renditions now, Sell to Survive. It's never been in a bookstore, yet it reached the top 1% of all self-published books by word of mouth alone. So what I did was, and because of the comments, because of questions from thousands and thousands of people about Sell to Survive, as the economy collapsed and people started looking for new ideas and they were actually using the information in this book, many of you, maybe that are listening to this today, called in with questions, comments, concern, said, hey, look, that book turned my sales career around. I mean, we've had hundreds, I can't tell you, this is not an exaggeration, hundreds and hundreds of people say, this book, Sell to Survive, turned their sales career around in 2008 and 2009 when, by the way, the economy was collapsing around them. It was collapsing around me and my family and my business. So I know how important and vital this book was to figure out, hey, who is a salesperson? Who does selling affect? How do you sell in a marketplace where there's no free credit? And I want to tell you, I believe that this book, Sell to Survive, is the most important book written on selling in the last 50 years. Anyone that's interested in making their dreams a reality, their dreams become something that you can actually sink your teeth into and either spend or invest or build a company around, that book, Sell to Survive, was vital. What I've done now is take Sell to Survive and expand it to handle some of your questions and came out with a book called Sell or Be Sold. And that's what you're listening to today. This is Sell to Survive on steroids. This is Sell to Survive, but we've taken all the questions, the thousands of you that have written in and said, man, why don't you write something on this topic and on how to handle this objection and what about, and we've covered those questions that so many of you on Twitter and Facebook, YouTube have either commented on or asked about in seminars, live events, speaking events, private events, public events, and on all the social mediums. This book is called Sell or Be Sold, How to Get Your Way in Business and in Life. I hope you enjoy it. I'll be reading this to you. By the way, when you're using the book, at the end of each chapter of the book, there are questions. When you're listening to the audio, you're going to find content in this audio that is not in the book because I'm going to start ripping off here. I'm going to start just like ripping. And even giving you more than the expanded version of Sell to Survive, which is now Sell or Be Sold, so I don't want you to confuse yourself, okay? MP3, you might be listening on MP3. You might be in your car right now. You might be at your house. Make sure you immerse yourself with this content. Make sure that you you don't drink Kool-Aid with me, baby. I want you to swim in the Kool-Aid, inject it in your arms, spike both your arms, IV up your legs, swim in it, immerse in it, and I promise you, Sell or Be Sold, book and audio, MP3, CD, however you're listening to it, I'm streaming to you from some universe, will make you a master at the art of selling. Why sell or be sold? Look, every person is constantly either being sold something or selling something. What end of this equation, this calculation, do you want to be on? Do you want to be the seller? Oh, but Grant, I'm not a salesman. I'm not a sales type, Grant. Good. Okay, so if you're not going to be the seller, then you're being sold to. Every person is constantly either selling something, whether you know it or not. It is happening every second, every minute, every hour of every day of every year. You're either going to do the selling. If you're an artist, you're going to get a job or you're not going to get a job. You're trying to write a book. Writing a book is not difficult. Selling the book is difficult, right? Look, it's either a product, a service, maybe it's simply your viewpoint, an idea you have. You're trying to get your girlfriend or boyfriend to go eat at a different place or go do a different thing. Or maybe you're trying to get your kids to finally move out of the house and go get a job or go to school or get better grades. Whatever it is. Look, everybody sells. To the fact that you don't have a business card that says salesman, you're not selling cars or plumbing or contracts or mortgages. Look, you're selling something every day. I just met with 3 bankers this morning, not in the book, by the way. Just met with 3 bankers this morning. I'm like, they came in, they saw what we were doing in our sales meeting and our morning meeting, and they're like, man, dude, how do I tap into this? These are a bunch of old, crusty bankers. I'm like, you guys don't know anything about selling. That's the problem with banking. You guys, you only do good when the economy does good, and then when the economy goes to hell, your businesses shrink. When the economy gets good, you expand again. I said, you guys don't know anything about selling the second sale. You don't know how to pitch people. You don't know how to sell. You don't know how to negotiate. You don't know how to close. All you know how to do is be in a position to just wave a big stick. You want the loan or not? If you want the loan, that's the terms. And nobody likes you. People hate bankers, right? Why? Because you don't know how to sell your proposition. And these guys are like, man, you're right. By the way, I sold them all 4 of my books and got a speaking gig. Because I showed them the difference between selling, one thing, closing a deal, completely different. And they're like, well, how's that different? I'm like, because you didn't even come in here. You sold your company, told me how great you are, told me you've been around 125 years. Why didn't y'all bring a proposal in? Oh, you're going to say you didn't do that because you don't know what kind of loan you can give me on this property. So what? Assuming, Grant, the loan does this, assuming your finances say that, assuming these things, we want to do business with you today. Hey, why don't you sign right here and we'll get started on it. They didn't even bring that material. The 3rd book I wrote was If You're Not First, You're Last, which is a book about pipelines. And I'm like, you guys, you don't know how to keep your pipeline full. And the banker looked at me and says, that's the book we need. I said, no, dude, you need them all. Bro, you need them all. Because if you don't have somebody to sell and can't close them, and then you sell them and close them, you need a pipeline full so that you can get to the next person. The last thing you need to know how to do is how to take action. This is what every business person needs to know. So why should you read this book, listen to this audio program? Why should you pay attention to me right now? Look, it doesn't matter whether you're a banker, a plumber, an actor, a parent, a boyfriend, girlfriend. If you want what you want and you don't want to give up and you're willing to do whatever it takes, you must learn how to sell, communicate, present, market, brand yourself, close a deal, fill your pipeline back up, and keep taking actions and stay motivated every day. Most people have no idea how much their lives depend on the skill of selling. And even fewer people know the formulas, exact formulas, techniques, and laws. That's right, laws. There's laws and rules of selling. There's things that you can do that actually make selling successful more often than not. The first thing you will learn in Sell or Be Sold is how absolutely vital selling is to your success, your career, your business, your money, your family, your self-esteem. You have to learn how to sell or be sold. Right? Even my self-esteem is connected to my ability to get my way in life. If I get my way more often than not, will my self-esteem go up? Sure it will. I'm getting a little woof on your computer. Secondly, you'll learn very simple and very basic principles in addition to taking care of your family, taking care of your self-esteem, taking care of your business, making your dreams come true. You will learn very simple and basic principles that will make you an expert, a professional, a ninja, a killer, a master at getting others to agree with you and support you, not just buy from you, but agree with you, support you, assuring that you will accomplish what you want in any situation. Take a close look at any successful person, and I guarantee you, they are experts at getting others sold on them as leaders and on their ideas. You understand? Everybody's a leader, right? If my kids follow me, I'm a leader in that moment. If I convince the bank to do a loan with me and give me a little more money at a lower rate, I am a leader at that moment. You understand? See, what am I telling you right now? I'm telling you, look, if you're selling, you're selling. If you don't know you're selling, you're being sold too. It's going to happen either way. When I get my way, I'm leading. You don't need to call me the president to be a leader. I don't need to be the CEO to be the leader. I don't need to be the manager to be the leader. Dude, if I'm getting my way, I'm leading others. See, selling's connected to everything you do. Every breath you take, it's connected to your survival, your self-esteem, your business. I'm not talking about a salesman here. Sell or be sold is about life. Take a close look at any successful person. I guarantee you, they are experts at getting the world sold on them as leaders, as opinion leaders, as ideas that are strong, that should be paid attention to. That's what a salesperson does. That's you. These people successfully sell others, get others sold on their point of view, to a point that people are willing to actually support this person, to get behind this person, and to make this person's ideas a reality. Isn't that what you want? No success that you find in life will ever be achieved without being able to sell, convince, persuade another to support you in your ambitions. The ability to get others to believe in you and to be sold on you is the true secret to success. If there is any secret to success, this is it. The ability to get others sold on you, on your ideas, on your ambitions, to support you, willingly support you, not forcibly. This is the critical point that ensures your dreams become reality and that you get what you want in life. What am I talking to you about right now? I'm talking to you about why you must pay attention to this book and this program. Sell or be sold. It's about your life. It's not about a business. It's not about a job. It's not about a business card. Selling is critical and vital. In selling, like in all games, there are precise formulas. There's rules. There's technology. There's formulas that will ensure your success. That's what this book's about. Do you know the rules of persuasion? Do you know when you're violating the rules? God, if you don't know when you're violating the rules, do you know when you're guaranteed an agreement? Like you literally sit down with somebody and you're like, I know for sure 100% of the time I'm going to get an agreement. I know the exact steps. Do you know the exact thing you have to say to get someone to say yes to you, to agree with you? Do you know the exact strategies to make sure that things don't get volatile? And when they do get volatile, how to diminish that to nothing? Do you know that every person has a power base? You have a power base and you're not using it. Do you know who they are, the exact names, where to start? Do you know how to keep your attitude so freaking positive like mine is right now? Like I am super jacked today. I know how to actually change my attitude. Make it so positive that it causes others to be sold on me and want to follow me and want to do what I want to do. Do you know how to do that? Do you know why people act so strange around money? Do you know why your customers get so freaked out and can't make a decision? Oh my God, the budget, we don't have the money, we can't pay that. Do you know why people act so weird about money? Do you know the give rule? That single rule that I promise, if you can learn this, will make you a millionaire or a multimillionaire. You need to know these things. You must know these things in order to accomplish the things you want in your life. The secrets to ensuring your success are outlined in Sell or Be Sold. And I share very, very simple, basic life experiences so that you too can reap the fantastic rewards you deserve. It wasn't until I learned these rules in Sell or Be Sold that I share with you today that I was able to start slowly, diligently, and over a long period of time, starting to get my way in life. I like that. I like getting my way in life. I got to tell you, I like winning in the marketplace. I like understanding the rules and being in control, and I'm sure you do too. When you start applying the truths in this Sell or Be Sold, you will immediately start getting results. Immediately, not later. And as you get better and grow better and use the exercises and immerse yourself in Sell or Be Sold, I guarantee you will obtain a winning seat in both life and in business. Be assured that in every exchange in life, in every encounter with another human being, whether it's on the phone, an email, a post on Facebook, in every encounter with a human being, there is somebody doing the selling or a person being sold on the selling. In the most mundane situations in life, I promise you, You must take this position that this mental position that, oh, I'm either doing the selling or somebody's selling me. I'm watching the news. They're selling me. I'm watching a movie. Leo's selling me. I'm making a movie. I need to sell other people on giving me the money for a ticket. You get it? Simply put, you're either getting your way or you're not. That's what selling is. I get my way or I don't get my way. Okay, that's why people don't like selling, is because they don't get their way much. The degree that you're able to sell others, get others excited, get others supporting your ideas and dreams, financing your ideas and dreams, putting energy and resources behind your ideas and dreams, to the degree that you can do that, you will succeed in life to whatever desires you have. This is called selling. This is called selling. This is that bad, ugly thing called selling. And you cannot be successful regardless of your career, technology, medical, pharmaceutical. I don't care what you're in, plumbing, contracting, real estate, commercial, bankers, whatever you're in. Dude, at the end of the day, your success in your politics, your success is, regardless of your career, you will not be successful without knowing this skill called selling. Which is what? Really, what is it? Communicating, persuading, positioning, attention, marketing, promoting, branding, right? The principles of selling apply to every person, all people, all races, all businesses, whether you're the shipper, the receptionist, the sales manager, the business owner, the mother, the wife, the husband, the uncle, the aunt, whatever. Dude, look, you're selling. You're going to be in a position where you have to sell. The principles of selling, there's principles, apply to all people and all aspects of life. Your ability to sell determines how fulfilling your life will be, how great your career can get, how much money you will have. This book, Sell or Be Sold, will show you how to create the kind of life you deserve, the kind of life you once dreamed of, and the kind of life somebody, baby, somebody gonna get the life you used to dream of. Why not be you? Selling, a way of life. Selling is a prerequisite for success. Selling impacts every person on this planet. Your ability or inability to sell, persuade, negotiate, and convince others will affect every area of your life and will determine how well you will survive. No matter your title or position in life or what your role is in a company or on a team, you will at some point have to convince others. Your ability to do so will impact you in a way that will determine the very outcome of your life. Selling is used every day by every person on this planet. No one is excluded. Selling is not just a job or a career. Selling is essential to the survival and well-being of every living individual. Your ability to do well in life depends on your ability to sell others on things in which you believe. You need to know how to negotiate and how to get another's agreement at some point in your life. The ability to get others to like you, to work with you, to want to please you determines how well you survive. Selling is not just a job. Selling is a way of life. Merriam Dictionary, selling, the action of persuading or influencing another to a course of action or to the acceptance of something. The action of persuading or influencing another to a course of action or to the acceptance of something. Who does this not impact? When I say selling, I'm talking about anything having to do with convincing, persuading, negotiating, or just simply getting your way. This could include debating, getting along with others, exchanging goods or services, convincing a girl to go out with you, buying or selling a home, closing the bank to give you a loan, starting your own business, persuading others to support your ideas, or getting a customer to buy a product from you. It is said that the number one reason a business or individual fails is because it is undercapitalized. The truth is, business fails first and foremost because their ideas were not sold quickly enough in quantities great enough, and therefore that company ran out of money. No business owner can build a business without understanding this critical element called selling. Think of any action in life, and I assure you that there's someone at one end or the other trying to persuade the outcome. The golfer has a 6-foot putt. He putts the ball and then does everything he can in his powers to persuade that ball to go into the hole. He talks to it. He pleads with it. He makes motions with his hands. He might even whisper a little prayer, "Ball, please drop."
All the while, his opponent stands across from him doing the exact opposite. This example only demonstrates that every one of us is always trying to influence a certain outcome. I'm trying to influence a certain outcome, which is what selling is. The degree to which you can influence the outcome of events in your life is the determining factor of your success. For those who don't want to trust the outcome to their fate, to pleading, to wishing, praying, hoping, you must learn this thing called selling, and persuasion, and convincing, and learn to do it successfully. No matter who you are or what you do, you're selling something. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not, or whether or not you call yourself a salesperson, because you're either selling something or someone is selling you. Either way, one of the parties is going to influence the outcome, and it will either be you getting your way or them getting theirs. A sale is made in every exchange of ideas, every exchange of communication. A sale is made every time. There's no exception. Deny it if you will, but that won't change the facts. You're a salesperson, and you're one every single day of your life. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, I assure you that you're trying to get your way. The fact that you don't have the title of salesperson, or that you aren't being paid a commission, is only a technical issue. You are still a salesperson, and commissions come in many forms. The commission. Speaking of commissions, every time you get your way, you've been paid a commission. It's not just money. I get my way. It's a commission. The commission in this case was getting my way, getting your way. You had to sell someone on that idea to get your way. See, not all payments in life are monetary. Some of the greatest, most incredible achievements I've had in my personal life had nothing to do with money. Recognition for a job well done is a commission. A raise or a promotion at work is a commission. Gaining new friends. Wow, what an incredible commission to get new friends. Getting votes for a project you're pushing forward on, while it might not include money, it is still a commission. You know, I find it comical when people tell me, I could never be a salesperson because I could never work on commission. And I'm like, what do you mean? Your entire life is a commission. There's no salary guaranteed in life. There's no promise of money. The whole world's on commission, and the whole world is required to sell. It has been said that the best things in life are free, but I don't agree with that. The best things in life are those things that come as a result of a commission for some extra well-done effort. Happiness, security, safety, a great home, a great family, love, confidence, friends, your church, your community, on and on, are all commissions for someone's hard work at selling others on a better way of life. True love, the ultimate commission, is rewarded to those who find the right partner, sell that partner, take care of that partner, continue to create that relationship, and keep it growing. See, there's no guarantee in life that you'll be loved. There's no guarantee that a relationship will get you love. First, you've got to persuade the person to take interest in you. Then you have to find out what they want and what makes them happy. Then you have to produce that and keep producing it. But somewhere along the line, you had to sell the other person on the idea that you're the one and that they can trust you to create a life with you. If you succeed and exceed the person's expectations, you will be guaranteed and assured the commission of love. Health. Health is not a guarantee in life. Health is a commission as well. See, health is a commission for taking care of yourself and your mind. When a person successfully sells himself, let's say on eating right, working out, and taking care of his attitude, he will be rewarded with a commission of having good health. You have to sell yourself on being healthy. It just doesn't come to you. The great benefit of children. What an incredible commission. A commission of sorts, and it is not a guarantee to every marriage. You still have to convince your partner to have sex with you. And even marriage doesn't guarantee you sex. If you can't close your partner on wanting to have sex with you, look, you won't get the great commission of the pleasure of sex or the creation of children. Once you've had the kids, you have to keep selling. Once you've had the kids, they're being sold all the time, or they're selling you. Concepts like discipline, work ethic, education, manners, homework have to be sold to the children. If you don't do the selling, trust me, they will pound you with a sale of their own. Kids are the best salespeople on planet Earth. Look, they're passionate, they're relentless, they're completely unreasonable, and they're persistent closers, and they're able to break down their parents' resistance until they absolutely get what they wanted. See, that is selling, and that is a life that will be full of passion like a child lives life. See, the point is, if you haven't gotten it already, selling is about life, and every area of your life involves selling. The more consistently you can win at selling, the more commissions you'll be rewarded with in life. So get it. Get it big. Everyone on this planet is involved in selling. There are no exceptions to this law. You're involved in selling every minute of every day. If this is somehow distasteful to you, or you have disdain for this thing called selling, then you have misunderstandings about selling. When I say selling, do you think of fast-talking swindler who can sell anything to anyone? Maybe you immediately get an image of a guy who's confrontational or high-pressure type. See, both of these images are only negative extremes of this thing called selling, and in no way incorporate the skills of a true salesperson. Confrontation and pressure, for instance, are the attributes of the amateur who doesn't truly understand sales and resorts to unpleasant tactics that feel forceful. When I'm discussing sales in this book, I'm referring not only to the professional, paid career salesperson, but I'm also talking about the everyday use of the basic persuasion skills and how you can use them to get your way in life. Now, to do this, you have to be aware of false data. There's tremendous amounts of false information regarding this area called selling that made you feel not good about it in the first place. See, the subject of selling, like any other subject, is full of false information that has been perpetuated over the years. Many areas of life have false information where you might be struggling. This false data may be partly responsible for the bad impression of this profession and this very needed, vital life skill. False data is information that is not factual, but which is suggested about something or someone and then is passed along. It is agreed upon and used as truth when it is not. False data, I'm going to say that again. It's an agreed upon piece of information. It's passed on as the truth, but it is not. For instance, most of my life I wanted to own real estate and have had a particular interest in buying apartment buildings. When I first got started, most of the people talked about, oh my gosh, apartments, owning apartments is a nightmare, and that I would have difficulties with tenants at midnight and the plumbing would leak and you'd get phone calls. Well, the truth is, while tenants would obviously get upset if their plumbing was leaking, rightly so, it is false data about owning apartments that actually causes people to lose interest in ever buying them. I've owned over 2,500 apartments in multiple states, and trust me, the renter is not the problem with owning real estate. Not having renters is a problem. Leaky faucets is just an issue to deal with. You see the difference? Of course, there are problems with owning apartment buildings, but so what? I assure you that the problems are minuscule compared to the rewards I have personally received. People who knew very little about buying these apartments promoted this false data to me as an excuse for them not buying their own apartments. The whole subject of money is full, just loaded with false information, most of which is passed on by people that give advice on money on TV, the radio, newspapers, and in books. But these same people don't have any money themselves. See, when I first started my first business, almost everyone told me, oh my gosh, it's going to be difficult. How difficult the startup would be, how much money it would take, how risky it was, and how few businesses make it. None of these people had ever actually started a business. In retrospect, I look back and see that they didn't start a business, but they had plenty of advice to give me. You see, this data that disregards all the successful stories, the horror stories, that data disregards all the successful stories of people like me who started their own business and were successful. See, I later started another company, This next company required me to take on a partner in order for me to start it. Multiple people suggested to me while I was considering this that, hey, Grant, most partnerships don't work out. Well, I can only tell you that while partnerships may be difficult, this business would have been impossible for me to operate without a partner. Oh, and by the way, that particular partnership has lasted almost 15 years now, and we've closed it on a handshake. People tend to form opinions and give advice and pass on myths where they don't personally have any experience. Much of the data, false data, they pass along hasn't been fully inspected for truth, even though it's being passed on as the truth. Take urban legend, for example. A guy will swear to you that it was a friend of a friend's sister that disappeared on prom night 20 years ago, and how her ghost now hitchhikes along the lonely road between town and the old cemetery. You'll hear the same story in multiple cities across the country. If you ask him to give you specific names and dates, he won't be able to provide them. Yet just moments ago, he was passing on these falsehoods as truth, and he did it with passion. Many years ago, I was told not to move to California. I was living in Houston, Texas at the time, and I just had this craving to live on the West Coast, and I'd never even been there, and I was telling people I want to go to California, and these people started telling me, oh my gosh, it's so expensive, and they would tell me that the people in California are strange. Well, people who never lived in California were giving me this advice. They had only read about it in a newspaper or seen it on some gossip, TV show. The same phenomenon occurs with sales. Let me just go back to California. There are strange people that live there, trust me, and it is expensive, but it's worth living there. It's worth having the experience, and I'm glad I didn't listen to them. Okay, so this same phenomenon of false information, false data occurs with sales and has given the entire profession and the skill itself a bad name. It's such a shame because everyone needs the skill of selling to get along in life. And the profession itself offers incredible amounts of freedom and phenomenal amounts of financial benefits. People continue to pass on the false information that selling is hard, that it's difficult to depend on commissions, that selling is sleazy, that you'll have to work long hours, it's not dependable, and you can't rely on the income. And it's not considered a real job, by the way. While this may be true for some, it may be true for you. It's not the reality of those who know what they're doing. Most of the images people have regarding a topic are very rarely ever based in reality. Certainly any negative image you might have had about salespeople would be based on the past, right? If you have a negative image, it had to come from the past. It's not coming from the future. It's based on some past image, which would suggest that your considerations aren't even relevant to the present because they are in the past. If I'm talking about selling or persuading or negotiating and you get an image of a past experience or something you were told about a salesperson and you're no longer involved in the present conversation because of that. You get this? I tell you about sales. You have a negative image, comes from the past. You're not really even communicating with me anymore. You're relying on some past decision, some advice, or some opinion for your information. All images based on the past have very little value in the present and definitely no value in creating the future. This is very, very important. All images based on the past have very little value in the present and definitely no value in creating a future. Selling, critical to survival. And when I'm talking about survival, I'm not just talking about getting by, I'm talking about prospering. See, regardless of your preconceived opinion, your idea or value that you might have regarding sales and salespeople, you need to fully adopt, completely embrace that you're going to have to sell no matter your position or your job in life. Whether you're rich or poor, male or female, on salary or commission, you're always selling something. Or you're selling an idea to someone else in order that you advance survival. There's no exception to this rule and no way to escape the fact That doesn't mean that you'll start wearing polyester slacks and white patent leather shoes and talking fast and pressuring people. Take a moment to consider all the different roles you play in life. Let's say you came up with a wife, I'm a partner, I'm an employee, I'm a mom. These are different roles you have. Teacher, church member, neighbor, friend, writer, PTA president, whatever. I want you to look at each of these roles. And most people have multiple roles in life. I want you to take and observe how selling is involved in each one of those. Maybe selling isn't your full-time career, and maybe you don't get paid a monetary commission to sell a product. Maybe you don't even have a business card that calls you a salesperson, but I assure you that you'll see how selling will impact your success in each of your roles in life more than any other single ability you have. The receptionist who wants a raise, the actress who wants the part, the guy who wants the girl, all rely on selling themselves whether they know it or not. A professional salesperson, the career salesperson, the guy with the business card that says salesperson, see, he depends on sales for his livelihood and definitely needs to know how to do this thing called selling. Something as simple as driving to work, you do it every day, and then you want to get off the freeway. You will have to negotiate and sell the other drivers without talking. You will have to sell the other drivers so you can actually access the off-ramp. When you find yourself buying a house, for instance, and trying to convince the seller to sell at a lower price, you're not buying, you're selling. When you go to the bank to get a loan, you will be selling the bank on why you should be given a loan. The actor goes to an audition and hopes, wishes, and prays to get the part. Well, no matter how well prepared that actor is, they would be better able to convince the director that not only he or she can act, but he or she is the right person for that part. See, you have to start preparing now because there's no way to avoid the fact that you'll need this skill to survive and do well in life. The skill of sales is so critical to a person's survival and prosperity. I don't understand why it's not required study at school. The fact that it isn't taught in school, that it isn't required or even offered, only further indicates the immense value of those that take the time to learn this skill. See, it's my observation that the most important skills needed in life are not taught in school. I spent 17 years getting a formal education, 12 years, grade school, and then to 12th grade, and then 5 more years in college. And I can tell you that I have learned more at seminars, from audio programs, from reading books, and talking with other successful business people at conferences than my entire formal education. No successful business person would exclude basic selling, persuasion, and negotiating skills from those things that helped him or her along the way. A person's ability to persuade another is the only thing that will ultimately ensure a person's position in the marketplace today. Academic records, grades, resumes will not guarantee you a promotion or an advancement in life. Only the ability to sell others will guarantee that. All students should be required to learn basic persuasion skills, basic negotiating, and basic closing, and how those are fundamental to life. No other set of skills will better determine the likelihood of a person getting a job, much less being successful in life, than the ability to persuade others, negotiate successfully, and convince others to act. As an employer, I don't always hire the smartest person or the most qualified person to fill a position. I'm much more likely to hire the person who convinces me that they can do the job. I look at the person's ability to persuade before I ever look at the person's resume. The resume is dead. It's the individual that's alive. It's the individual I'll engage with every day. Hey, I'm thinking, will I like the other person? Will I like having them around me? Is this person a winner? Does this person exude confidence and a positive attitude? Can this person convince others to take action? See, I'll hire the persuasive, the positive, and the confident, hands down, over anyone who offers me a fancy resume. It has been said that almost 1/4 of population Earth is involved in selling as a career. But these people are confining their thinking to an industry and a job type. It is incorrect to think of sales in this way. Selling is an absolute must for getting along in life. Breathing, eating, and exercising are not careers for most of us. They're requirements for living and for surviving and for prospering and for making dreams come true. So it is with selling. Most books written about sales are about the career of selling, and they exclude how vital it is to life. It is elementary, vital, as important as breathing, water, and food. My wife constantly asks me, hey, how do you always seem or appear to get your way with people? And the answer is simple. Sweetie, because I want to. I get my way in life because I want a great life for us. I get my way in life because I try to get my way. Oh yeah. Because I know how to sell, I know how to persuade, and I know how to close others on getting what I want. See, whether she knows it or not, my wife is one of the best salespeople I've ever met. She's passionate, persistent, and she also always seems to get her way when she tries to. And hey, it's not just with me. This book, Selling the Secret to Success, is going to teach you how to get your way in life. Chapter 2, Salespeople Make the World Go Round. Salespeople drive entire economies. Career salespeople are vital to the dynamics of any economy. Without salespeople, every industry on the planet would stop cold tomorrow. Salespeople are to the economy what writers are to Hollywood. It has been said that even God and the devil need good salespeople. Selling is the last great, truly free enterprise opportunity available today whereby an individual can work for himself, be accountable to himself, and make his dreams come true. Literally, with a pen to sign contracts and a commitment to excel, you can become whatever you want. For those of you who are willing to commit to selling as a career and who continue to learn how to master it, there are no limits. Do so and you'll be rewarded with all the treasures that exist. Learn the great art of selling and you will never, I promise you, you will never be without work, as you are needed by others more than any other single profession. Learn how to control the entire cycle of selling from start to finish, and you'll have the confidence to go wherever you want, do whatever you want, sell whatever you want, and know with complete conviction that you can have whatever you can dream of. The world stops turning without salespeople. If a product isn't sold and moved onto the public, factory stop, production stops, and there's no need for distribution, no need for storage, shipping gets reduced, and advertising stops. The burden of the entire economy of our culture today rests on the ability of salespeople. The economic engine of society relies completely on the ability to get products into the hands of consumers. If the consumer doesn't buy, that means the salespeople didn't sell, the factories don't make it. Salespeople drive products, individual businesses, complete industries, and entire economies. Like many people, I went into sales when I got out of college because I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. I decided, hey, I'll try selling until I find a quote-unquote real job. I went to sales because it was easy to get into, and I didn't have to make any life-changing decisions to do so. Even after making my decision, my family, my friends, teachers rebuked me saying, Grant, get a real job. You're wasting your education. See, the problem for me was the so-called quote-unquote real jobs didn't appear to pay quote-unquote real money, and they looked to me like boring traps that sapped the life out of people. The only thing I could associate these real jobs with were the teachers who were promoting them to me. These quote-unquote real jobs come with quote-unquote real titles like doctor, lawyer, accountant, nurse, chemist, engineer, stockbroker, chiropractor, etc. You can go on and on. But they had titles, and it wasn't salesperson. See, the funny thing is, every one of these professionals had to sell themselves in order to make success in their own careers. Their success in life, doctor, lawyer, accountant, nurse, chemist, engineer, stockbroker, chiropractor, their success in life is utterly dependent on one skill more than any other, and that skill is selling. Sales or college? It's a phenomenal mistake that our culture today doesn't value selling enough to teach courses on it. Not once throughout my entire formal education was selling even introduced as an option. How respectable and desirable can the field be if it's not taught in school, I wondered. There must be something wrong with this thing called sale if it's not offered in high school or college. If the subject isn't even recognized or taught by the great learning institutions of the world, hey, it must not be a real career, right? Wrong. No one taught me about money or investing or real estate in school either, but they're very important. Just ask any rich person. See, that doesn't mean those subjects aren't valuable. They are, just as is selling. The schools don't teach people how to make marriage successful either, or how to raise children. But what could be more valuable than those things? See, many young people attending my seminars have told me they were torn between going to college and continuing with their sales career. My response has always been the same. Look, while the schools teach people very needed basics to get along in life, and the work world depends on that kind of resume that you went to school, no school can make a great person. That's not what they're there for. You will learn absolutely necessary requirements in school. You might make some great connections, but schools are not capable of making a person successful. Only by application will you or anyone become successful or great in any field. And I assure you, you will not become great in any field or highly successful in any endeavor unless you're able to sell. Survey the top 100 most financially successful people in the world today, and I dare you to find one who attributes his success to his formal education. Many of them didn't even go the traditional route of education. That is not to suggest that schools are bad or a waste of time by any means. But it is not the thing. School is not the thing that causes people to do great things. Look around you and you will find the school systems we have today producing a workforce of people who are able to remember what they read, but not able to apply what they learned. While you will learn many very needed basics, you won't learn how to, for instance, balance a checkbook, how to increase your net worth, how to save money, how to negotiate a great deal, how to communicate, how to resolve problems, or how to increase your value in the marketplace. Those things are not taught in school today. You will only learn that after school or by seeking other information outside schools, these things like the checkbook, increasing your net worth, how to communicate, how to get your way, how to resolve problems. But the truth is, that is what most people know they need in order to really improve themselves. And that is what you have to have that is necessary to improve your abilities. Basic education, while very necessary, cannot be considered an end-all. While there are some great teachers, incredible teachers in the school systems today, it's unfortunate that due to the ridiculously low salaries, many of them are only regurgitating curriculums and forcing students to study courses and subjects that will never be used in their day-to-day lives. Ask any business owner what his greatest problem is, and it will always be the same answer. Hey, I can't find people that I can depend on, that can think independently, that can solve problems, and can increase my business and expand my company. Schools teach students English, math, grammar, chemistry, history, geography, and more, and they are absolutely necessary. But then never take the time to teach something as important as selling, persuading, and really meeting an employer's needs. The schools, for whatever reason, are just not set up to teach the things that may make the biggest difference in your life. See, I don't know why that is, but I can tell you that I know salespeople who are making more money than heart surgeons and with far less liability and much less stress. All professions rely on sales. See, I know for a fact that for a person to have a great life, they'll have to know and apply the skills of any great salesperson. You can hire a doctor, a lawyer, or an architect, but you can't get along in life without the ability to communicate, persuade, negotiate, and close. See, these skills will prove more useful and more vital than anything you'll learn from a formal education. I'm not suggesting again that these other areas of knowledge are not valuable and worthy, because they are. I'm only demonstrating that selling is valuable and it's a worthy and respectable profession and a vital life skill for everyone. Rather than being an hourly working worker bee, you can become a highly paid individual with no ceiling on your earning potential. While others may have decided that sales isn't a respectable career, I can tell you that I've been able to spend time with leaders in many professions, from engineers to bankers to actors to film directors to industry leaders, and they valued me as a salesperson. Every one of those people has had to build their career around selling in order to reach the top of their industry. Of those top producers in any industry, every one of them has been told that they need to study books on negotiating and selling and persuasion, and have. Why? Because they understand selling is vital to their success. Every person, no matter what his profession is, relies on this thing called selling. The politician wants to appeal to you and your interests so that you vote for him in the polling booth. The public speaker is hoping to convince you, or the audience, that his approach is the right way. He's trying to convince you to change. The employee desiring a promotion will have to sell his boss on the idea that he deserves more money. The coach has to sell the team on the idea of the winning, actually winning the game and implementing the plays. The real estate agent must convince you to buy a house or to give him or her the listing. The mortgage broker wants you to finance or refinance for the third or fourth or fifth time, and he's selling. The banker, he wants you to invest money in the bank's mutual funds or to cross-sell his products. The waiter is selling the special of the day. The clothing person wants you to buy a suit and then load up with 3 shirts, 2 ties, and hey, don't forget the credit card right at the end of the sale. Selling never ends. It includes you. It includes everyone. Those who can sell, persuade, and close are the ones who survive the best, regardless of their line of work. I'll let you come to your own conclusion about why selling is neither respected as a profession nor taught in schools. Maybe it's because there have been a handful of criminal salespeople over the years who have ruined the reputation for many. Well, these aren't salespeople, they're crooks. But you'll find criminals and con men in every field, including medicine, law, dentistry, teaching, politics, and psychiatry. I'll tell you the fact of which I am absolutely sure. No person will ever gain true power or stature in this world without the ability to persuade another. The ability to communicate and convince others is either your asset or your liability. No matter what your ambitions are in life, you're required to communicate to others. And the better you can communicate, the more people will agree with you. The more you can get others to agree with you, the more you can have your way in life. And the more you get your way in life, the more you will ultimately enjoy life. Chapter 3, professional or amateur? This is the question. Here's the professional. Now step into my world and let me unveil the secrets of the professional seller and how you too can become one. Even if selling isn't your career, you should be a professional at this thing in order for you to get more out of your life. See, I tell attendees in my money seminar, look, if you want to get rich, you want to know the ultimate difference between the rich and the poor, you have to learn how to sell. I became a professional at selling when I was 26 years old. After years of research and intense study on the subject, the hard work was well worth it. And the rest of my life has changed as a result of my learning this little understood life skill. And I promise you it won't take you 2 years. Every business I have ever started, every dollar I have ever earned, and all the great things that have happened in my life were a direct result of learning this ability called selling as a professional. 3/4 of population Earth has no clue that their success, their family's future, depend on this thing called selling. Their experiences in life and their career also depend on this thing called selling. And look, if they don't know how to sell, they can't be successful. If they don't even know that their futures are dependent, they can't be successful. See, while selling may not be your main occupation, hopefully by now you're convinced that selling is essential to your life. Now, I want to take you to where the professional lives. See, no dream, I think you would agree, no dream can ever become a reality without successfully selling it to others. There's no shortage of dreamers on this planet. There are an abundance of people that gave up on their dream. And later someone came along and picked that dream up and sold it. And it became reality. So you need to know, first of all, the definition of a professional. This is a person engaged in a specific activity as one's main paid occupation rather than as a pastime. Now, I'm not suggesting that you have to be a salesperson as a main paid occupation, unless, of course, you understand what I'm saying here today, which is your life depends on this thing called selling. Therefore, your main paid occupation would be life itself, and you would no longer treat it as a pastime. Okay, so the definition is engaged in a specific activity as one's main paid occupation, life, in this case, rather than as a pastime. See, it is my experience that 99% of all the so-called professional salespeople have only a slight idea of what selling is, much less how to actually determine and predict results. Now, I'm speaking to career salespeople. Many of you don't know how to predict results and make something happen. See, what I've said is not meant to offend you in any way, but to inform you. I'm not hitting you. I'm not being critical. See, if it does somehow offend you, keep reading, because sometimes the truth is tough to hear, and this book will put you in control of your profession, put you in control of your customer, help you increase your income, and transform you into a true professional. See, the real pros, the real professional, for the most part, don't even call themselves salespeople. They call themselves litigators, negotiators, moderators, business owners, inventors, politicians, coaches, fundraisers, agents, actors, entrepreneurs, financial planners, and many other things. Consider, for example, Benjamin Franklin, incredible salesperson. John F. Kennedy, superstar, stud salesperson. Martin Luther King, oh my gosh. Not many communicators better than that guy. Bill Gates wasn't a software guy. Bill Gates was a salesperson, sold you on using a PC. Martha Stewart encouraged men and women alike to get in the kitchen. These are salespeople, folks. All made a difference. All highly successful. And then there's the amateur. The amateur, the definition of amateur is one who gauges in a pursuit, a study, a science, or sport as a pastime rather than as a profession, or amateur is lacking an experience and competence in the art or science. Wow, how disgusting of a definition. Never want to be called an amateur again. But I got to tell you, I've met hundreds of thousands of salespeople over the last 25 years, most of whom were amateurs and didn't know the first thing about selling, except maybe how to spell the word sell. See, is selling a pastime to you? No different than passing time watching TV? Do you lack experience and competence in this thing called selling? If so, get honest with yourself. Are you not clear about what you're doing when and while you're negotiating? Do you struggle to get your way in life? Get honest now. This book will change your life if you get honest. Do you think there's no way you could ever be a salesperson? Do you have a disdain for this thing called selling? Oh, I could never do that. Do you hate rejection, and even the idea of selling another is like, oh man, no way, I can't handle it. See, if any of these describe how you feel about selling, then me and you have some work to do, but we can sort it out together. Because I can show you how to become a professional, but you have to get clear on two things first. Selling is critical to your survival, regardless of what you're doing as a career. Number two, you must decide to become a professional and give up any ideas that this is for others and not for you. So two things you have to do. It's critical, and number two, I'm going to become a professional at it, not an amateur. I need this in my life, and I'm going to learn it. You have to decide that you want to start getting your way in life. You want to start winning. Quit thinking. You have to quit thinking that it's up to fate or the gods or my agent or my manager or somebody else is going to do this or the sales department will handle it. Look, it's up to you. And you will have to shift your thinking and get it that your very life and every dream that you have ever had depends solely on your ability to sell. If you're not getting your way, quit making excuses and decide now to learn everything there is to know about the only secret to success: sales. The great shortage. For thousands of years, salespeople have been amassing wealth and accumulating riches, and those same opportunities still exist today. See, most people don't even know the masses of wealth and the accumulated riches, because these people that have accumulated the riches weren't calling themselves salespeople. It isn't real to most salespeople today that they can even amass fortunes, but this is due to the short-sighted view of the opportunities available for the great and dedicated salespeople. While there may or may not be shortages of water and oil on this planet, I don't know if there's a shortage. They tell me there is. 2/3 of the planet's covered in water, and I don't know how much oil there is. I don't have any on my property, so it just seems like we always keep coming up with oil. While there may or may not be shortages of water and oil, I assure you there are vast shortages of highly committed, highly dedicated, and great salespeople. This is good news for those of you who choose to become great, for those of you who become masters and professionals and great. The world waits with its fortunes. While there are hundreds of millions of people that call themselves salespeople, there are only a handful of greats. The difference between the mediocre and the great salespeople lies in being committed to the profession first. Couple that with a desire to be great and the dedication to learn the trade. Despite the popular belief that there are limits in sales, I assure you that the only limits a salesperson will face are those of his own imagination. The truth is, you can get paid whatever you want in this field with no ceiling. You can decide what products you'll sell, who you'll sell them to, and with whom you choose to work. The truly great salespeople stand out heads and shoulders above the rest and aren't even in the same profession as the masses of salespeople. They think different. They act different. They work different. To them, this thing called selling, this job, is effortless because they understand how to reach their goals and how to get their way. These people are paid immense fees compared to their peers. They make selling look easy. And others are certain that they do this because it's so easy for them because there's some gift they were born with. Well, nothing could be farther from the truth. See, I've never met someone that reached stellar levels of success who got there because of some luck or some God-given talent. I've just never met it. These people that become highly successful got there because they mastered the trade of selling. When the economy crashes, the greats, the professionals, the handful, they may experience small dips in production, but they will always survive, while the amateur loses their job. Great salespeople don't have ceilings on their earnings, and they know that their income depends solely on the ability to get in front of customers, make themselves known, get agreements, close a sale, and reproduce those results over and over again. Look, great salespeople aren't even stuck on one product. They can shift when markets change. Only a handful of people ever take the time to really learn this game, and only a handful of people ever truly master it. When I was 25 years old, I made the commitment to know, K-N-O-W, everything there was to know about the game of selling. I was finished with pumping myself up every morning with enthusiasm and hoping for great results. I was sick of the idea of I'll just do the law of attraction thing and wish for great things. Hey, it wasn't happening. I didn't know what I was doing, and I knew it. Enthusiasm is great, but it's not a replacement for knowing. Wishing, hoping, and praying, they're probably all great things, but it's not a replacement for knowing. The amateur golfer, he goes out and plays golf every Saturday with his boys, his posse. But look, can he play the game? No. but he has fun at it and he's enthusiastic about it, doesn't mean he can play with a master who truly knows, K-N-O-W, the game of golf. The person who knows what he's doing and every nuance of his career doesn't have to get enthusiastic. He is enthusiastic. See, when you know something, you can predict the outcome. If I know everything there is to know about something, I know what's going to happen as well. Therein lies true confidence and freedom. See, knowing means prediction. Prediction means confidence. And confidence means more sales. So we want to get you in a position where you not only know the business, but can predict the business. You'll have more confidence about whatever your business is and generate more sales. And more sales creates more confidence. And enthusiasm will be a natural state, not one you have to work up to. Chapter 4, the greats. Commitment. So how do you become one of the greats in your field, one of the masters? The first and most important step is to commit. Commit all the way. Commit means, from the dictionary, to devote oneself completely to something. See, this is a problem in America today for sure. I live here, so I'll talk about America. Americans don't commit all the way anymore because when they do, somebody's going to call them fanatics. Well, let me tell you something. You want great things in life? You want incredible things? You need to commit like a fanatic. Become unreasonable. Fanatical if you have to. I'm like that about my career, my future, and taking care of my family. I'm committed all in, and I don't care what you call or say or how you describe me. This inescapable truth is required for anybody or anyone to be truly great at anything they endeavor. You must devote yourself completely. If you're a career salesperson, then you will have to devote yourself, your energy, and your resources to a career in selling. If you aren't a career salesperson, you'd better get it to your core that your success, your every moment, possibility, endeavor, any chance you have of making it still depends on this thing called selling, and you better learn it. You have to convince yourself, commit, that this is the thing you have to learn in order to get your way in life, and that this thing is where you are going to make your riches or make your dreams come true or just basically prosper and do well in an incredible way. So how does a person actually commit? How do you commit? Man, how do I commit? What do I do? What do I have to do to commit? Well, what I do when I commit is I eliminate any and all options and devote myself to that thing and learning everything I can about that thing. I become a fanatic. I become 100% absorbed, all in, a super freak, if you will. I stop questioning. I stop asking other people for their opinion. I stop looking on the internet for what other people said or didn't say or might have said, or I quit doing research, dude, and I'm in all the way. Right or wrong, I'm in. I don't stick my toe in. I jump in the pool. And I stop questioning. I discontinue looking at other options. That is commitment. Committing is as simple as picking a place to park your car. Find a spot, pull in, get out. You don't keep looking for another space once you park. Commit and be done with it. Committing is when you make a firm decision, a complete 100% decision, and you stop wondering and then follow your commitment through with actions. Once you've fully committed to a partner in life, it's good advice to quit looking for new partners. You take what you have, commit, make everything you can out of it. Could you find someone prettier or smarter or happier? Probably. But hey, is that committing? What if they were doing the same thing with you? Could I find somebody prettier or happier or smarter? Hey, absolutely, to the listener. But look, that means as your partner, I'm not committing. Committing means you're in all the way. It means you're done looking. It means you've cut off any other possibilities for now. No more alternatives. No more shopping. And then I'll make that person that I'm with the prettiest, the smartest, and the happiest. I'd rather commit to the wrong thing all the way than commit to the right thing halfway. I'm going to say that one more time, okay? Live by this. I'd rather commit to the wrong thing all the way than commit to the right thing halfway. Greener pastures. This is for that person that's always looking for that greener pasture. The guy who thinks the grass is greener over there is the same guy who never committed to taking care of the pasture he already has. He winds up mediocre, average, and miserable, always looking for greener pastures. What was he even doing looking at another pasture in the first place? See, look, he already had his own green pasture that needed to be mowed, needed to be watered, needed to be weeded. Remember, hey, while there may be greener pastures, they're green because somebody committed to taking care of them. Weeds grow in every field, and if you don't commit to it all the way, you'll neglect it. And if you neglect it, you're going to get weeds, and then it'll go brown. And everything around you is going to look greener, because it is. Because you didn't commit to taking care of what you had. Is there better opportunities around you? Probably. Why? Because somebody's taking care of those opportunities. They're watering, they're feeding them, they're giving them sunlight and life. They're selling that opportunity, and it keeps getting bigger while yours is getting smaller. Why? Because there aren't any greener pastures that weren't taken care of by someone. See, when you neglect, you'll immediately start to dislike that thing which you neglect. And then you'll start peering over, looking at the neighbor's fence, thinking, wow, what he has is better. It's only better because he's committed. So commit. Commit all the way to your career. Commit to learning something that you can about selling. Commit to learning about your product. If you're an actor or an actress, your product is what? Right? Commit to learning how to get that into the marketplace. If you're a business owner and have products you sell, commit to getting that product into the marketplace. You have to commit to your product, your service, your employees, your expansion. You have to put a stake in the ground. Commit all the way. Do or die. Commit to learning everything you can and watch how much green your career will produce for you. See, whenever I commit myself to any line of action, I find myself getting immediate results. They're not delayed because I'm in all the way. If you commit and don't get immediate results, I would suggest that you haven't committed all the way. When I'm not committed, I find results are delayed or even non-existent. If I'm committed 100% to the customer in front of me, let's say I'm selling a product and there's a customer, I will get results with them. But when I'm with one customer and I'm thinking about another customer over here and thinking about another opportunity and I can't wait to get home tonight and I'm thinking about that and I want to be with the kids and we're going on vacation, see, I'm not with that person all the way and I'm going to get delayed results or maybe even non-existent results. I'm unable to make the best of what I have. Why? My commitment dropped out. Commit. You have to commit, and you have to commit all the way. When I give my seminars, I put on this small gold pin that I wear on my lapel, and it says 100%. A salesperson once asked me, hey, why do you wear that pin? I mean, do you wear it for the customers to see? Or, I mean, what's the deal with the pin? What's it mean? And I explained, look, yeah, you know, I like customers seeing the little pin, and it intrigues them. And they'll ask a question, you know, like, hey, what does that mean? But I don't wear it for them. I wear it for me. I wear it to remind myself to commit, to get in all the way. I don't get dressed for other people. I get dressed for me, so I feel good, so that I'm dressed professionally. I want to look good, obviously, but for me first, then them. And I put that pin on to remind me, hey, Grant, be 100%. You can't be 100% one day of the week or twice a week or 3 days, every day. Sometimes I go into the restroom and look at the pin and say, dude, you got to crank it up. You got to get committed and recommitted. See, commitment is a very, very personal thing and is the indisputable single requirement for getting results in life and separating yourself from the herds of others. Well, at the age of 25, I'd been in and out of sales for 5 or 6 or 7 years. And I realized that I was still, all those 5, 6, 7 years, looking for a real career. See, no commitment equals no results. No commitment equals no or little results. I hadn't made a commitment to sales yet, and I wasn't proud of my position. I didn't want to be a salesperson, didn't like the work I was doing, so I didn't get results. If I hadn't committed, how can I be getting results anyway? At the very best, I was average. And I was average because I wasn't committed. It wasn't because sales was right for me or wrong for me, or I could handle it or not handle it. Look, the first rule, you have to commit. And because I wasn't committed, I wasn't getting results. You get it? No commitment equals no results, or non-existence results, or poor results, or, hey, I'm not getting all the results of the horsepower I have. If I have 200 horsepower and I'm only using 10 of it because my commitment is only to put my foot barely on the accelerator, I'm only going to get 10 powers of horsepower out of or 10 miles an hour out of the 200 horsepower, and I got a car that can drive 180 miles an hour. Why? Because I won't commit to the accelerator. Because I wasn't getting results, I didn't like my job. And because I don't like my job, I reduce my commitment even further. And it becomes this vicious cycle. No commitment equals no results. It means I don't like my job, which means I further less commit. I'm looking for greener pastures, and this vicious cycle of destruction. See, to the degree you aren't proud of your job, the job you're doing every day, you will not be successful. And to the degree you are successful, ultimately will determine how proud you are of your career. The career you're in is not the problem. Your commitment to that career, to learning everything about that career, to getting results in that career, that is the problem. So I want to read this one more time. To the degree you are not proud of your job, your position, your post, your career, whatever it is you're doing, you will not be successful. And to the degree you are successful will determine how proud you are of your career. See, your career is not the problem. Your commitment to your career is the problem. So I decided one day, after years of being average, mediocre, that sales was not my problem. The selling thing, I'm a salesman, that's not the problem. At that moment, I decided that the problem was the lack of commitment. If I was going to do this for one more day, why not be completely committed? And in that moment, and it took a moment, I devoted myself to learning everything there was to know about selling. My goal became, I will stand head and shoulders above everyone else in this field. Not just the people that surrounded me, but everyone in the field. And I will no longer be compared with others regarding selling. I decided at that moment to become a professional and to be different than the typical average, mediocre salesperson. See, that's the moment when everything changed for me. And it changed immediately, and it changed magically. Right away, my energy changed, my dress changed, my actions and my habits changed, my language even changed, and my results, they were immediate. Immediately, my pastures became green, my potential exploded, and results showed up. It was almost spiritual. In fact, it was spiritual. It was so dramatic. And that is the magic of commitment. If you want to be successful at anything, you have to commit. You've got to be in it 100% with no other fish to fry. The burn the ship kind of mentality is what it takes to get you to a place where you'll do the things that will ensure results. No place to swim back to. No place to go home. Hey, this is my last stand kind of commitment. To get into the game as though your life completely depends on it. Because the truth is, your life does depend on your commitment. The life that you've been dreaming of depends on you getting in all the way and doing it now. This is how I approach anything from which I want results. This is how I approached the career of selling at the age of 25. And that moment, my life changed. I'll never forget the first time I experienced the magic and power of commitment. And I know some of you are thinking, man, the guy's starting to talk about spiritual. I'm telling you, it was spiritual. Whatever that means to you, it was magic. It was one summer I was working on an offshore crew boat servicing oil rigs, and I was not a salesperson. I was a hand. I was labor by the hour, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. We were off the coast of Louisiana, and we used to sit around waiting for the rigs to call on us, and we were a supply boat. We would deliver supplies. It was a boring job. When we weren't actually working, we'd spend time fishing off the side of the boat. We'd drop 100-foot line with like 20 different hooks on it. We were fishing for snapper. And on one particular lucky day, we reeled in hundreds of snappers. We just dropped the line over, wait 10 minutes, pull it up, and there'd be 20 snappers on it. Well, this day was just like we just hit this incredible amount of fish. As we packed them in with what little ice we had on board, I listened to the other crew members who were talking about, I'll have enough fish to eat for weeks. And they were going to take all this fish home and eat it. Well, for some crazy reason, I saw value. I'm like, my gosh, we have so many fish, there's no way we can eat all this. They're just going to give it away. For some crazy reason, I offered to buy up everyone's fish with the idea that I would go home and sell the fish on my way home. At that time, I had never really sold anything and didn't know anything about fish sales for absolute sure. Hell, I had just caught my first fish. I didn't even know to whom I'd sell these fish to. All I knew was that my gut instinct, my knowingness, was telling me that someone would want to buy those beautiful red, fresh red snapper. Hey, we wanted them. We were excited about them. Certainly other people would be. Well, with hundreds of snappers piled into the back of my truck, I realized I needed to create a market, find customers, and figure out how to convince them to buy my fish. I had to think fast because, man, look, the ice was melting. I didn't have any, extra money for ice. So I had to think fast because the ice on the fish was melting, and I wasn't going to lose my paycheck and my inventory if I didn't move the product right away. As I thought about where I might find these customers, I remembered how the Bible salesman used to come knocking on the door of our home and how committed that guy was. I mean, those guys, they, cold call, pitch their book, don't leave until they get a sale. And I was like, wow, I need to go door to door. It was getting late, and I decided I'm going to have to use the door-to-door approach. And even though I didn't like the idea of the door-to-door approach, look, if it was good enough to sell Bibles, it had to be good enough for me because I didn't have any other choices. Commitment. I'm out of choices. See, as the ice continued to melt, it forced me into more of a commitment, urgency. I started to blast through neighborhood after neighborhood, announcing, I have fresh fish just caught in the Gulf of Mexico. Knocking on doors, I rapidly explained that these fish had been caught in the Gulf that morning, and it was the best money could buy. I'm making big claims. I'm learning how to sell, and I don't even know it. After I covered the houses in the area, I started going to businesses and found out the businesses, there was more people in them. And I found more prospects, and I sold the rest of my fish. And I did it before the last ice was gone. See, that day, in 4 hours, I learned the value of commitment. I had a fanatical, have to get it done, no other options, blow myself up level of commitment. And I'm going to tell you something, commitment equaled immediate results, and immediate results, because of my production, equaled happiness, because I was a happy guy that day. I'd made more money selling fish in 4 hours than I'd made doing hard labor work for 2 weeks. And it all came after I made the commitment to sell the fish. Actually, I didn't ever make the commitment to sell the fish. I was forced into commitment to sell the fish or lose the money. I'd put myself in a position where I didn't have choice, but I had to sell them or lose them. It was do or die. After that experience, I was, pardon the pun, hooked on sales forever. But I still wouldn't become a professional for 7 more years. So the first thing you have to do in any career is commit yourself to selling as something that is vital to that career and to your life, regardless of what your post or career actually is. Especially if you're in sales, commit all the way, all in. Commit like a fanatic. Commit right now and watch what happens. Commitment is like magic. In fact, you know what? It is magic. And nothing great ever happens until there is commitment. Most people don't attack their projects with, I have to get it done kind of urgency, and therefore never get it done. What was out was commitment. Most people never commit like fanatics because they don't want to be called fanatics because they think something's wrong with being a fanatic and then become average mediocre. Look, you want to get fantastic life, become a fanatic about your life. You want to become fantastic with income, then become a fanatic about your income. You want to become a fantastic entrepreneur, then become a fanatic about being an entrepreneur. Commit. And the first thing you will get is the power of prediction. The moment I transitioned from an amateur to a professional, that's following my decision to commit and become dedicated to that career, I began studying the entire area of selling, okay? Now I'm a professional salesperson. I'm an amateur salesperson. I'm 25 years old and I'm starting to study the whole field. This is about 7 years after the fishing. And I'm starting to dedicate myself. I'm studying. I'm listening to tapes. I'm watching video. I'm doing everything to consume everything about this topic. I submerge myself with data. I began studying the whole area of selling. I start taking notes on every exchange I have. I'm recording customers. I'm videoing customers without permission, by the way. I'm recording all these experiences on audio and video so I can later go back and study them. I'd study them like a football team reviewed playbacks of games. I didn't know it then, but I had gained an ability that most salespeople never get from committing to learning everything. And that ability is called the ability to predict. See, to predict is to know what's going to happen next. I stumbled across this skill and found myself gaining the ability to accurately predict the outcome of future situations. They haven't happened yet. And I started to know exactly what I had to do every day to create, a certain amount of income. That was one prediction. Oh, wow, I'm going to have to see this many people to get these results. I was gaining the ability to predict what people would say to me. I was gaining the ability to predict exactly how many people I'd have to see and what they would say to me and what I would say back to them. I was able to predict objections before they happened. I was able then to handle them as they surface because I could see it coming. It was as if things had gone into some kind of slow motion. Like I knew what every player, the customers, the managers, the people around me, the inventory, the environment. It's like I was able to predict the field around me and what it would do. The moments to come, what would happen. The ability to predict is the first thing that happens when you become professional in your field. I had reached this level of ability and I knew it. At that moment, I had become a professional. I believe the ability to predict is the first indicator of you crossing a line from the amateur to the professional. Prediction is the great unknown and unrecognized asset of the professional. I've never heard this spoken about before in any of the CDs or programs or seminars that I've been to, but I know this ability to predict exists. If you've read about any of the great athletes, they talk about the same phenomenon happening whereby they're able to know everything that's going to happen before it even happens. Wayne Gretzky and Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, all these guys have been quoted as having the experience of being able to predict where the play would move to and how that play would turn out and where to position themselves to make their score. Years ago, I was selling a product to multimillionaires and discovered the ability to predict. I discovered quickly that I had a very short period of time with these people. Money wasn't the problem with them. Time was the problem. And I discovered that because I had a very short time in which to make my presentation, and that time was such a great concern to these people, I had to handle it. In fact, time, again, was more valuable than money. I had this one prospect I was working with, and I knew exactly what his objection would be when I got him on the phone. It was like I could predict it. Money's not his problem, Grant. Time is his problem. I heard this in my head, right? And he says to me, son, I'll give you 60 seconds. Having predicted correctly, I handled him without having to think about what I would say or do. See, because I could predict the next move, I could respond with credibility. Because I had studied so many other similar situations and prospects like him and had formulated and prepared solutions, I was able to be responsible for the communication, for the exchange, and get results with him. This prospect, who started out difficult, became one of the best clients I've ever had and would later actually be responsible for launching my career in sales training. What career? Pick a career that hadn't had time or shortage of time imposed on it for that talent, that individual, to sell their products, to sell their ideas, to sell their dreams. None. All people have had time imposed on them to stop them from getting what they wanted. So, how does one gain this skill of prediction? How do you get it? Well, first, you have to start looking at everything that's happening. You have to observe accurately, without emotion or blame, and make note of it. This is what I did. The ability to predict comes from assuming responsibility for what's going on around you and believing you can control it. Okay, I'm going to say that again. The ability to predict comes from assuming responsibility for what's going on around you and believing, rightfully or wrong, that you can control it. And that comes after commitment. Once I commit, I'm like, hey, I'm committing to my environment. I can control this environment. You get it? The ability to predict comes from assuming responsibility for what's going on around me because I'm committed, and believing I can control it because I'm committed. Now, when you do this, you have to pay complete attention to everything that's going on around you, and you have to record these encounters. And once you do this, you'll start to see a very finite set of patterns and responses and noises. When I started recording my phone calls, for instance, and making notes of every exchange I had with these people, I immediately tapped into an ability to perceive patterns, and then immediately became able to predict my environment. Look, it was so easy and so fast. It was like, my gosh, what have I stumbled onto? I carried around this little notebook called an objections notebook, and I wrote down every objection I would hear from people, every comment they would make. Later, I would study these notes and start to see that most of the people that I was working with, these customers, were all making very similar comments. Prior to this, I thought there could be any of 10,000 things they were saying to me. But after I started writing them down, found out it was very finite, limited amount of things I was hearing, noise, if you will. My awareness was raised, and I was able to start coming up with solutions. It was amazing how fast I became aware, conscious of what was going on. You know, one of the things I work on in my life today, more than any other thing, is raising my awareness. I don't want to reduce my awareness. I want to become more aware. Problem with drugs, alcohol, hypnosis, all those things it lowers awareness. Even people telling you what your problems, they lower your awareness. People giving you answers to your problems, it lowers your awareness. If you want to raise awareness, you need to start becoming aware of what's going on around you, logging that information, writing it down, and coming up with solutions. It was amazing when I started doing this, how aware I became. One customer would tell me something, I'd write it down. The next customer said the same thing, I'd write it down. When I began to observe and take responsibility what was happening to me, I was able to predict what they would say. More importantly, I was prepared to handle that situation now, out of this preparation. I had control because I knew something. To know, K-N-O-W, is critical to success, as knowledge equals power in life. To know means you end up with fewer no's. See, if you're getting no's, it means you don't know something. If you don't have money, you have no money, it means you don't know something about money. If you don't have sales, it means you don't know something about getting the deal. If you're an actor and you're not getting auditions, you don't know how to close that audition. Some knowingness, K-N-O-W, is out, and there is how you get N-O. Fewer no's, would you agree? Fewer no's, N-O's, means you would have a better life. Means you need to know more in order to get fewer no's. Well, let me tell you what happened for me after this observation, if you will, this stumbled awareness. My production doubled almost immediately from the simple action of observing and writing it down. My confidence, soared as my knowledge increased. And if my knowledge increases and my confidence go up, what do you think happens to the income? Baby, it's going to follow. See, prediction. I could see the future. Not because I was a psychic. This isn't some strange, futuristic, read palms thing. But because I had observed the past accurately, I was able to start predicting the future. I didn't realize it at this time, but I was now in charge of the ability to predict. And this ability to predict is one of the first benefits received from being in all the way, from committing and becoming a professional. I had become responsible, aware, alert, and solution-oriented. And I was able to predict. Look, until you become a dedicated student, you cannot gain the skill of prediction. It is impossible. It will stay so far outside of you. Commit first, study everything you can, log down everything that happens, and you will get the skill of prediction. All masters in any career will be able to predict accurately. Once you get some sense of possible situations that can occur to you in whatever your scene is, start taking notes. Record everything you can. Record yourself on video so you can watch yourself and how you respond. I started looking at what I said, my facial expressions, my responses, my tone, my attitude, my voice, my gestures. Wow! There was so much to learn by what I was doing. Forget what they were doing for a moment. They did something, I had to know about that. But how was I going to respond? I became addicted, fanatical, completely committed to knowing all that I could. To predict is to know. And to know is to handle situations correctly. If you handle things incorrectly, it's because you don't know something. This will increase your confidence and increase your sales, increase your results, and increase your income. To sell successfully is to enjoy your job. It's not grit your teeth, I hate selling and I still make money. No, that's not success. To sell successfully is to enjoy your job. Enjoy this task of selling, which means you will continue to expand with more sales, more income, more revenue, more yeses, and more wins. Winning begets winning. Winning gets more winning. The more winning you get, the more you're winning. And winning is critical to your life. Now, here's the only reason you wouldn't like selling as a career or as a requirement to get by or to survive in life. There's only one reason. Do you want to know the only true reason someone doesn't or wouldn't enjoy it? Well, I'm going to tell you either way. Because there's only one real reason, and it's not all the reasons you've heard. It's not because you don't like rejection. Really, who does? Meet somebody that likes rejection, and it might be somebody you don't want to hang out with. Look, it's not because you're lazy. Everyone is lazy when they fail. Don't kid yourself. I push hard, work hard, and create a lot so I can be lazy. You get it? I work so I can be lazy. Everyone is lazy when they fail. I don't want to be lazy because I'm failing. I want to be lazy loaf because I won so much I can take some time off, kick back, and waste money. But remember this, particularly if you're a management, you will see laziness happen when failures happen. Everyone is lazy when they fail, and most people are then trying to avoid more failure and start backing away, appearing to be lazy. It's not because they don't like people. Well, why is that guy not waiting on people now? What's going on? Why don't they go talk to people? Why isn't she going on auditions? Why isn't he making sales calls? Because he's trying to avoid failure, man. Everyone's lazy when they fail. We all like people when they're successful. You like people, they're all saying yes to you. What do? I want to meet more of these people. I want to go hang out with them. I want to spend the day with them. Exactly. Winning begets winning. Failure causes people to be lazy, to avoid failure. The only reason a person does not like what he is doing is because he does not know what he is doing. If you don't like your job, you've lost interest in your job, it's because you don't know something about that area. He's not winning, and he does not win because there's something he does not know. And if you don't win, you're not going to like your job. The doctor who cannot save lives will not like being a doctor. I don't care what he's paid. He's going to go home at night exhausted. The teacher who cannot get her students to learn will sooner or later become disenchanted with teaching. She's not able to sell her ideas. A salesman who cannot close deals will not like selling. Therein lies the only reason you will not like being a salesperson. When you don't understand something, you're not in control. When you're not in control, you're not going to like what you're doing. Why? Because you're not getting results. Yeah, I met this guy once, good friend of mine today, partner in a business named Scott Morgan. I met him back in 1995, I think, back in 1995. And we were considering this new business partnership. He came to me with this idea about how to expand the business, and he wanted to run it. I was giving a presentation at that time, or just a short time after that, in Vancouver, British Columbia. He lived in Orlando. I told him, hey, meet me in Vancouver. I'm going skiing for the weekend. Let's talk about what we can do together in an arrangement, a business arrangement. And we'll get in a little skiing. Well, Scott had never skied before, so I suggested he take a beginner class. He arrogantly, he's a redneck, by the way, he arrogantly puffed out his chest and decided a beginner class was beneath him. The next morning, the two of us, and I tried to talk him out of it, but very stubborn guy. He says, no, I can do it. I can figure it out. I'll figure it out as I go. Well, the next morning, the two of us took ski lifts to the top of Mount Whistler, one of the steepest vertical mountains in North America. Well, Scott looked up as we were going up the tram and then the ski lift, and I could tell he was like, oh my gosh, what have I gotten into here? We got to the top of the mountain. Scott looked down, then at me, and we both knew he was in big trouble. But I did like his commitment. See, he knew nothing about selling, let alone how he was supposed to get down the mountain. Look, he didn't know the difference between green and black slopes. He didn't know what a mogul was. He didn't know what a wide run was. He didn't know where to go or where to avoid. While I admire this courage and this commitment, I observed that he didn't fully understand the value of training, education, and knowingness. Well, Scott paid the price. He spent one day, 8 hours, getting down that mountain. And to my knowledge, he's never put on a pair of skis again. Well, when we finally made it down to the bottom of the mountain, I suggested that we start a training company together, because I admired his courage and his commitment so much. But I told him, look, let's start this company so that salespeople will never have to have or experience in their careers what you had to experience on this mountain today. Let's have a mission and a commitment to making sure people know everything they can about this job called selling. Scott and I have been business partners for many years now, over 15 years. He is one of the most persistent people I have ever known, and has made a full-time commitment to helping others through training so that they can have successful careers that they can take to the mountaintop. To qualify as great, all greats are able to predict the outcome of any given situation, and great salespeople are able to determine and predict their incomes. This is extremely valuable for every human being in their life, to be able to predict what your income's going to be before you even have the month, the quarter, or the year. If you are able to effectively and consistently increase your income as a salesperson, an entrepreneur, a CEO, an actor, an actress, whatever you do, you are not a professional if you aren't able to do this, and are to the degree that you can. If you can't do it, there's something you do not know and are not able to predict. It seems like it would be fairly important to be able to predict what you have to do to raise your income. This is something I would like to know everything there is to know about. What about you? It seems like it would be critical to be able to predict what you have to do in order to raise your income. If you're not able to predict the objections, the stalls, the problems, the situations around you, the ones your prospects will certainly give you, you are not truly a professional. You are not a great salesperson. You will not know how to predict your income, and it will show up in lost sales, lost confidence, and lost doingness. Regardless of how long you've been doing this thing that you're doing, if you're losing more than you're winning, then you need to realize right now and admit you're an amateur. And it's time to kick up your commitment many notches, at least a notch, and become someone that knows, K-N-O-W, what he or she is doing. To know everything about your field. You say, man, you're being harsh on me, Grant. Well, I don't think I'm being harsh on you. Yeah, you're being harsh on me, Grant. I'm just going through a cold spell right now. Wrong. You're making excuses, and the reality is your cold spell is due to your own lack of understanding of your profession. You know, this economy right now is experiencing a contraction, and the pain is massive. Why? Because these people that are experiencing pain don't know something, and this contraction in the economy is showing people what and how much they don't know. The amateur suffers. You've been sliding by on amateur skills, and those skills are showing up in your results. Anyone can sell when everyone is buying the product, but you know, there's no competition. Everybody wants your product. That's a simple deal. Anyone can sell when anyone and everyone wants it and is buying it, and the money's free. But when there's competition and the economy tightens, the amateurs start crying and the professional continues to prosper. The major difference is the professional's committed and he knows what he is doing. And the amateur, hey, he's not committed and doesn't know. A boxer is considered a professional boxer if he's paid. But if he loses every match, people will not continue to pay to see him, and he will lose his status as a professional and return to where he should have been, which was amateur status. He'll be knocked down to his true rank. Most business people are being knocked down by the economy due to their ranking, their true ranking, knowingness, and their commitment, their lack of commitment and not knowing how to sell their products. In my opinion, a person does not have to be paid to consider himself a professional. Pay does not make you a professional. You are a professional when you can predict results and get them regardless of your pay. If you know your game and you don't have to rely on luck, instead you can get consistent success and results and can compete with others at the very top. Pay just happens to be a reward given to those that reach the top. And maybe there's not even pay at the top. Maybe you're the top fundraiser and you don't even get paid to fundraise, but you're the top and you're the best and you always get it because your commitment and because you know what you're doing. Well, look, there are many professional mothers out there who aren't paid for raising children. On the other side of the coin, just because a woman is a mother doesn't mean she's a professional mother, doesn't know the game of children. There are mothers out there that you wouldn't hire to sit with your kids. See, you understand the point I'm making? Just because you're a cook doesn't mean you're a Cardone blue cook. But you could still be professional, even though you're not paid for it. See, my sister Diane, for instance, she is a professional cook. She'd never tell you she's a professional. She's not a Cardone blue chef. She's not paid to be a chef, but that chick is a professional cook, regardless of her title or her willingness to take the title. Not because she earns a living, but because she knows what she is doing. She knows the kitchen. She knows her appliances. She knows her timing, and she knows her recipes. It's not just the preparation of the meal and the fact that the food tastes good. Hell, I can duplicate her recipes, but the amount of mess I create compared to her, the time I take compared to her, the effort I use compared to her, oh my gosh, it's not even close. I'm an amateur that's enthusiastic about cooking. She is a professional, and she loves it because it's effortless for her. She might complain about doing it, but she's always saying, hey, can I make you something? Then complain about it. She has the ability to predict all that goes on in preparing a meal, and I don't. This comes from committing to being aware and observing the scene completely and learning everything there is to know about it. Just like there are lots of cooks and lots of mothers, there are also lots of so-called salespeople. But just because a person is engaged in the business of selling doesn't make them a professional. If you're a professional golfer, it means that you're qualified by playing in tournaments against others and have qualified based on your abilities to produce certain results comparable to those other professionals. And just because you're a professional doesn't mean you're great. To become one of the greats, and that's what this chapter is about, it's not about being a professional. It's about becoming a great professional. To become one of the greats, you have to practice, not just play. To become a great golfer, you have to commit to every fiber of your being and your mind to the game and still know there's more to learn. See, do you see the difference here? You like knowledge. What does knowledge want? It wants more knowledge. What does a fire want? More wood. What does a great person want? More of everything. Most salespeople are amateurs. Some are professionals, and only a few are great. Ultimately, it comes down to the level of commitment and dedication one has. The greats can predict, and that comes from committing, observing, and preparing solutions. To the degree you can predict, you can respond appropriately. Prediction is the great trait of the great salespeople. The more you're able to predict with accuracy, the more you'll be prepared to handle situations like driving. If you know what the other drivers are going to do, you can avoid accident. Every driver has the ability to predict, otherwise they'd all hit each other every day. See, it's not just about driving your car. You've got to be able to predict what the other drivers will do and use the observations you've made in order to predict the future. Can you remember a time when you knew nothing about your job but still got the job done? Remember when you were brand new, a rookie green? You knew where the restroom was. You didn't even know where your desk was. You knew your boss's name. See, you got success then, but you didn't know what you were doing, so it wasn't consistent. Your income went up, it went down. It went up, it went down. You made it happen, and then you didn't make it happen. You made a sale, but didn't know why. You missed a sale and were mystified for days. See, can you remember a time when you just used sheer persuasion and necessity level? You begged, you pleaded. Somebody felt sorry for you, and you made a sale. You remember that? Well, leave that for the amateur. Leave that for the underpaid professional and become a great. Start observing now so you can predict, so you have a chance at being a great. Leave chance and hope and prayers out the back door and commit. Observation is the only way you'll acquire a strategic understanding of the sales process, and it's the only way to develop your prediction abilities, and the only way to become one of the greats. I'm talking about those guys that are written about, admired by all industries. Remember, no matter what your role or job in life is, you absolutely need the ability to predict outcomes and the future and the next thing. You're either getting your way in life or you're not. Even if you're not a salesperson, start observing where you aren't getting your way. Take notes. Those who understand selling and persuasion and getting their way in life get their way. And those who don't understand selling and getting their way and persuasion don't get their way in life. See, are you ready to become a great at whatever you do? Salespeople, you ready to get great? Are you prepared to pay the price and do the work to become a great, not average, not mediocre, not even professional, but great, that small handful, no matter your career? Are you willing to become great and commit? I hope so. I assure you, if you are prepared to pay the price and do the work that I suggest in this book, if you are, I assure you, this book will change your life. And you will be a great, and it will change your life dramatically, quickly, and forever. Chapter 5, the most important sale. Selling yourself is the most important sale. Only to the degree you are sold can you sell. This is a vital and critically unavoidable fact that cannot be missed if you are to become great at what you do. This fact also happens to be one of the most important tools you'll ever have as a salesperson and can be used to monitor your career going forward. The bottom line is if you're not selling to some degree, you're not sold. You understand that? The bottom line is if you are not getting results, you're not getting your way in life, to some degree, you're not sold on something about your life. If sales are slow, you're not sold. If you're not getting your way, you're not sold. If you've got some other excuse, any excuse why you're not happy, getting your way, winning, listen to me. If you're not getting your way, if you're making excuses, you're not completely sold on something about you or what you're up to or what you're doing. In order to become a great salesperson, I believe a great person that truly makes contributions, you have to sell yourself on whatever it is you're selling. Make this the most important, single most critical sale of your life, and continue making that sale over and over and over. You have to sell yourself completely on what it is you're doing. I know salespeople that know the game. They know the game of selling. They know how to sell. They know how to negotiate. They know how to close. They know the technical, but they're not completely and absolutely sold on their product, their service, their company, their actions, and themselves, and maybe even their own purpose in life. Because of their lack of conviction, they become inconsistent producers. See, you've got to be absolutely convinced, 100% committed, completely sold that your product, your company, your services, your ideas, your purposes, your reasons for being there are superior to everyone else. Many salespeople believe that their products are superior. And while many products tend to offer similar benefits to yours or whatever you're pitching or presenting or idea, you have to be sold that your product, service, or idea is something superior, somehow superior. You have to be 100% certain on the fact that what you're selling is better than every other possible option. The fraud cannot get consistent results. Why? You know what I mean by the fraud? He's a fraud. He's not sold completely. He's a fraud. He's a con man. He's a criminal. The fraud cannot get consistent results because he's not completely sold on his product either. This one point is critical to greatness, and you cannot negotiate with this fact in any way, shape, or form. You have to be utterly convinced and believe that what you're selling, and believe in it so strongly that you become unreasonable. That's right, unreasonable, even fanatical. You've got to be so convinced that you won't even consider any other logical suggesting otherwise. That is not to suggest arrogance about the product's superiority, but that you have to be completely sold. You must never allow the consideration to enter your mind that anyone else could even compete with you, your idea, your product, or whatever it is. That is not to say that others won't try, because they will. But you have to be so convinced and so sold that you won't consider or allow others to think about any other option. You know, throughout most of my selling career, I've sold more expensive products than my direct competitors. I had a guy call me on the phone the other day. He's like, you know what, of all the competitors in our field, I like you the most. I'm like, why is that? He's like, because you keep our prices high. Throughout most of my selling career, I've sold more expensive products than my competitors. I have also gotten more money for similar products because I believe so strongly that my service, my level of care, and my products were superior. Hey, look, whether this was true or not about my products is not important. Whether this was true to others or not was less important to me than how true it is to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not important whether it's true or not to them. It's important that it's true to me. See, while I've sold products that were priced higher than my competitors, with even my competitors calling and saying, hey, I like you the best because you've got our prices up. What an incredible compliment that is. While I have sold products that were priced higher than my competitors, I've never asked a buyer to pay a price that I wasn't fully sold on myself and that I believed in myself. I believed the price. It wasn't, oh, I'm just going to jack the price up and ask more than my competitors and hope I get it. No, I believed in the price. And because I believed in the product, in the service, in myself, in what I delivered, regardless of how others priced it, I was able to achieve those higher prices. I've even been accused of asking astronomical prices for some of the products I've sold. They thought, again, I was asking this high amount in hopes, crossing my fingers, I'd get more because I asked more. An old trick used by a carpet salesman. Well, that wasn't the deal at all. The idea, if you don't ask for it, you won't get it, that's not what I was implementing. The truth is, I've never, ever in my career asked a high price just for the sake of starting high. No, I decide on a price because I'm convinced of its worth to the point that I would pay that price myself to have that product. Conviction is the make-break point. You know, one time I put a house up for sale and the best realtor in town, an incredible realtor, came and told me, hey, Grant, look, this house is worth about $6 million. And I told her to put it on the market for 8.9. And she looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, no, let me tell you, okay? Look, I want to put it on the market for 8.9 because the location is irreplaceable. I believe it's worth that much. I've looked at everything in the neighborhood. This house will bring a trophy price because it's a trophy location. Not a trophy house, but definitely a trophy location. See, I became 100% convinced that this house was worth the price because I could actually, at that time, make sense of paying that price myself. I sold that house 2 months later for almost the asking price. And by the way, everyone in the neighborhood later fell in love with me because I pulled all their prices up. The new owner went on to sell that same piece of property a year later for $1 million more than I sold it to her for. And I was supposedly $3 million overpriced. See, it wasn't until I became convinced of the value that others later agreed with me. Somebody has to start the chain of agreement. Somebody has to start the make-break point, conviction. The amount of conviction that you have regarding your product is more important than the conviction that others have about their facts and figures. The amount of conviction that you have regarding your product or your career, whatever your product is, your career may be your product. The amount of conviction that you have regarding your product is more important than the conviction that others have about their facts and figures. The word conviction is defined as firmly held belief. It comes from the word convince, which is derived from the Latin word convict, meaning to conquer, not go to jail, conquer. Conviction is the ability to be so firmly sold or convinced or persuaded on your beliefs that you demonstrate to another, a buyer in this case, with such complete and utter certainty that no other choices appear available to your prospect. Conviction, I'm going to say that again, is the ability to be so firmly sold on your belief that you demonstrate to your prospect or buyer or client with such complete and utter certainty that no other choices appear available to the person you're persuading. A sale is made when your conviction and belief about something is stronger than another's, at which point they give up some of their conviction. That is the moment the sale becomes possible. I'm not even talking about a product or service now. I'm talking about the conviction of the individual. The real issue becomes who is more sold on what he believes to be true. Look, we're not selling products here. Do you understand? When my conviction outweighs yours, a sale is made. You start to believe as I believe. The real issue becomes, again, who is more sold on what he believes to be true? Who is the most believable and the most convincing? It will almost always be the one that is the most sold. The highly trained ranger in the U.S. Army is sold so deeply on his mission, so deeply on the cause and the purpose of this mission, that he's able to do things that appear superhuman to others. He's convinced of the need to perform at this level, and because he is convinced, he performs at a level that appears to be almost like a superhero. Why? Because he's sold on his mission. He doesn't think, he operates. He doesn't have to think, he's already decided. The people that think are wondering. He believes in this purpose to his core, to who he is. And because of this, he's able to achieve the impossible. Alexander Graham Bell was considered a lunatic when he talked of inventing a device in which the human voice could be transmitted long distances through wires. What a salesman he was. He was told that his invention, called the telephone, was impossible. But that's the interesting thing about the impossible. It's only impossible until someone makes it possible. Look at photography, flight, space travel, emails, the internet, on and on. All these things were considered impossible once upon a time, a long time ago, until one individual became so sold on the possibility that they made the impossible possible. Why is it that some people do things that others would never dream of doing? Why? It's because they're sold on the idea that it needs to be done and that it's important that it be done, and they're sold. They have conviction and commitment, some reason, some drive to get something done that seemed impossible. To the degree you are sold and become unreasonable in that quest is to the degree you will succeed in life. While it's unfortunately promoted in our society that you should be reasonable and sensible, this will not serve you in sales or in life. This is a crime perpetuated on society today, that you would be reasonable and sensible and rational. Look, to get what you want, you have to be unreasonable and sometimes not so sensible and even sometimes illogical, because otherwise there will be no telephone and no email and no internet and no flight travel, no space travel. If you really want something great to happen, you've got to be unreasonable, even if it means convincing yourself beyond reason that what you have is better or possible. We aren't talking about some trivial pastime here like riding a bicycle. Look, anybody can ride, anyone, anywhere can learn to ride a bicycle. What we're talking about here is becoming a great in your field, becoming the top of your field, becoming a rock star in your field, to do something that hasn't been done yet, to do it at a level that hadn't been achieved yet. To do so, you have to be completely and unreasonably sold on yourself, your product, your company, your ideas, your services, completely sold. You might be wondering, man, to get to this point of being unreasonable, do I have to be crazy or insane or jacked up all the time? I mean, is this even real for me? Look, the answer is no. You just need to make a decision to be unreasonable. If a person acts insane, it doesn't mean he's insane. It means he's decided to act insane. You get it? So I'm not saying you got to become crazy. People in my seminars are like, man, do I have to become like you? No, of course not. You're not going to become like me no matter what you do. But I would encourage you to take on some of this posturing, to add it to your arsenal. If I act insane right now, it doesn't make me insane. If I act like an epileptic jumping around the floor, it doesn't make me have the disease of epilepsy. You need to act unreasonable. You need to be unreasonable. You need to be completely sold. If you're unreasonable in your belief and sold to the degree that you see no other options available to that person, you'll start to make sense. It doesn't mean that something's wrong with you. It means you're unreasonable in your convictions. It means you're sold. Being unreasonable means you're sold on what you're selling, and it is your conviction alone that will sell others. You must be completely in order to fully maximize the opportunities of your life. Those before you, you can't grab them all unless you're sold, in, completely committed. Don't even attempt selling another person until you yourself are completely sold. To the degree you aren't sold, you'll have difficulty selling another. Anytime you find yourself having trouble getting your way, look no further than your own degree of conviction about what it is you're selling. Perhaps you allowed your certainty to waver. Maybe something entered your head and made you doubt yourself, or maybe you're starting to doubt your product or your project. You see, your certainty has been shaken. Whatever it is, find it. Throw it out like yesterday's garbage. Correct it, fix it, and get sold again. If you wouldn't buy the product that you're selling, or the idea you're selling, or if you have any other negative considerations about your product idea, your dream, your presentation, or whatever, you have any negative considerations about how that would benefit others, to that degree, you're guaranteed to fail. You must be sold. Not once, over and over. You must get rid of any and all negative considerations and believe that what you're doing is the right thing, is the right product, and that it will benefit, and that you're the best to deliver it. It is critical that you do everything possible to convince yourself, sell yourself, that your product must be purchased, and that it must be purchased from you at your pricing. Why should someone go into debt to buy your product? Why should they choose your product instead of someone else's? Why should someone do it right now and not wait another second, another half a day, another 3 days? Why? Why should they buy your product for more money than a similar product for less? Why? Why should someone do it with you rather than the guy down the street? Why you? Why should they choose your company? Why your company? If you can't answer these questions immediately, rapidly, and with certainty, you will struggle because you're not convinced. If you were completely sold, you would have immediate responses to each of these. Become so thoroughly sold on your product that your conviction becomes irresistible to others. This is not meant to suggest that you lie to yourself, if that were even possible, because I don't think it is. I've personally met thousands of high-producing salespeople over the years and never met a top great producer who got to the top by lying and deceiving others, much less himself. See, what I'm suggesting is that you take the time to sell yourself so strongly and so deeply before you ever try to sell someone else. And you sell yourself on how your product, your service, your company, your ideas, your audition, your presentation is superior to every other. Overcoming the 90-day phenomenon. You know, this 90-day phenomenon is experienced in every career that I've ever seen. I've met many, many salespeople, actors, directors, entrepreneurs, business people, insurance people, doctors, lawyers, you name it. The career doesn't matter. I've met many people that tell me, hey, I started my career, it popped off hard. A salesman says I was selling a lot of product, I did well for 90 days, bam! Something happened. Suddenly, I find myself unable to close a deal, to get it done. I'm getting tired. My enthusiasm's gone. What happened? See, management will tell you, particularly in sales, that the person has gotten lazy or that they've gotten too smart for their own good. Okay, let's take them one at a time. So he got lazy. But why? Why did he get lazy? He wasn't lazy 30 days ago or 60 days ago. Why? He wasn't exhibiting laziness for the first 30 days, and he couldn't have gotten too smart for his own good, folks, because look, he's only been on the job 90 days, okay? You don't go from knowing nothing to genius in 90 days. Trust me, it could be fast, but not that fast. So what happened? Because it isn't lazy and it's not smart. We know he's not smart and he's not lazy. He's not winning. See, what I believe that happens to cause this 90-day phenomenon is that the individual was either being told to do something that wasn't aligned with his own personal standard of ethics, or he's trying to sell something that he's no longer completely sold on, which are kind of similar, because if you're doing something that's against your own personal standards or ethics, then you're not sold on what you're doing. And if you have a product that you don't believe in completely, that's kind of against your own standards and ethics, you're not sold. See, maybe the individual, the 90-day wonder, maybe he has disagreements with the product or with management or the service or something he's promising. He's somehow refraining from doing something that he was doing the first 90 days. Something changed. Maybe he got some information about how the product doesn't really help people or how it doesn't do what they've been saying it does. Maybe he didn't close the deal and started wondering, hey, why didn't I close that deal? What happened in that deal? And then came up with the wrong reason, the wrong calculation, and then continued to use the wrong calculation, incorrect reasoning, and continue to get no results. See, this happens a great deal whereby salespeople come up with wrong answers. Actors come up with wrong reasons for not getting the audition. Man, that'd be scary if a pilot did that. We're going the wrong way. Let's adjust. Coming up with another wrong reason. You know, what if he didn't have a nav system? He'd be in trouble. He'd crash the plane. You get it? See, whatever it was that happened 90 days ago, he was a wonder, and now he's a blunder. The 90-day wonder is basically no longer sold. Actually, he is sold, just on something else. In fact, he's become so sold that it's a bad idea to sell his product and starts not selling the product. You get it? He's sold so hard on the wrong way to do things that he's actually doing it and not getting results. Man, this is a problem. So he becomes sold that it's a bad idea to sell this product and starts not selling the product. See, not selling is also a form of selling, just in reverse. You get it? I didn't sell them. I convinced myself not to sell them because I no longer believe in my product, my service, or something. Am I selling? Sure. I convinced him not to buy it. Something has impacted the individual to the point where he's motivated not to sell rather than motivated to sell. Do you get it? Something went out in his thinking, and he's no longer convinced. Well, actually, he is convinced, just again in reverse. When production drops, this is the first thing you should look for and rehabilitate. This individual must be revitalized and resold on the product, the company, the services, the ideas, the dreams, the mission. Go over all the ways that the product is superior and how it will benefit. I'm talking to management now and the individual. Go over all the ways that product is superior and how it will benefit. Find out if there's other counter disagreements or counter intentions, disagreements or false information that has come into this person's mind about the product, the service, the idea, the dream, the company that could be in conflict with this salesperson or individual's beliefs. Once you've handled that, ask him, hey, how do you feel about the product or service? When you were doing well, when things were going your way, how'd you feel about it? And rehabilitate that, and you will find this individual becomes motivated again, closing deals again. It's incredible how many salespeople tell me stories about the competitor that undersells them and practically gives the product away, or how the very product they sell can be bought on the internet for way less money. I recently read a book called Secrets of Successful Selling, different than my books. It's called The Secrets of Successful Selling, that talked about how competition had reached levels never seen, and that customer awareness had reached a point that required salespeople to operate at levels never before considered. The book was written in 1952, which just goes to show that there's always been competition. There will always be competition. The problem isn't product knowledge. The problem is not competition. The problem is not a smarter customer. The real issue always has been and always will be. The real issue is whether or not you're fully sold on your product. Become so solidly sold, so convinced, so committed to your company, product, and service, your ideas and dreams, that you believe it would be actually a terrible thing for your prospect not to do business with you, or to do business anywhere else would be not only foolish, but almost criminal. Are you that sold on your product that you think it's detrimental, unethical, even criminal not to convince someone to buy your product? I doubt it. Sell yourself. Get to that point and watch your production freak out to another level. When a customer doesn't buy your product, do you feel bad? I mean, actually feel bad and lose sleep, feeling like you've screwed them over because they didn't buy it from you? See, if you were really sold, you would feel that way. You'd feel horrible. See, that's being sold. The person that is sold completely will not let people not buy, because it would be a violation of their own integrity. Reach that level of being sold. Fanatical. Blow yourself up commitment. Unreasonable. And I assure you, people will buy your product, your service, your idea, your audition, and your dream. You might ask yourself, man, but what if I'm not convinced that I have the best product or service, or I am the greatest? What if I'm not convinced? Then get convinced and do it immediately. You know, Muhammad Ali wasn't just convinced that he was the greatest. He also trained to be the greatest. But he scared the hell out of people before he ever went in the ring. He was sold. That cat was sold all the way. So you got to get convinced. You have to do it immediately. And then you need to do whatever it takes to further ensure that you believe that what you're offering is the greatest product, the greatest service, and you're the great one. Find the plus points. Sell yourself on those completely. Let's take an unhappily married man who wishes he had a better relationships, as an example. Perhaps he's been paying attention to his wife, but he's lost some of his commitment and passion over the year. What happened? What happened? Dude, he was in at one point. What happened? See, he basically isn't sold anymore. This is about life now, not products, man. This is about something that really, really matters. He's got another 40 years with this woman. He's losing the sale to himself. What happened? What happened? At one time, he was completely sold on his wife. So sold, he suggested that they spend the rest of their lives together. But somewhere along the line, he stopped selling himself on that marriage, on that creation, on that partnership. Look, if you want your marriage to work better, you got to convince yourself you have the best spouse on planet Earth. Maybe in the entire universe, if there's other planets and other beings out there. I don't know. You got to be sold. How is your spouse the best? What sets him or her apart? What makes that person unique from any other human being on this planet? Why are you sold on them? Why should you be sold on them? Why were you sold at one time? Hey, she burns the dinner. She looks terrible in the morning. She's got big, ugly feet. I'm not asking you that. I'm not asking you for the negative, okay? I'm asking you why you are sold. Set the negative aside. Look at what sold you on her in the first place. Sell yourself again and then over and over again. Find the plus points. Ignore the imperfections. Get back to being sold. And do the things you were doing early on and watch the change in you, not in her, okay? She still looks terrible in the morning. She still burns dinner and she's still got big, ugly feet, cracking toenails. But you'll be amazed to see what happens with you. All of a sudden, she isn't burning meals later, maybe. Maybe she starts looking better to you in the mornings. Nothing's really changed except you. And now she's gone out and gotten a pedicure and a nice pair of shoes to cover up those big old feet of hers. Hey, look, get sold or be sold. Should you lie to yourself in order to be sold? Of course not. But look, you got to get yourself sold no matter what. Rather than lying to yourself, a better alternative is to do what any champion does. A champion decides to win the game with what they have to work with. They don't change teams. Oh, let me go to the other team. They're better. No, man. They commit. They're all in it to win it like Eisenman. They don't change teams, flip off, go to the other. They make the most of the assets and strengths available to them. They play the cards they have, and they make the most of the pot. They don't lie to themselves. They convince themselves that the only solution is winning, and they commit to one outcome only: success. Focus on winning whatever game you're playing in life. Sell yourself on what you need to do today to make today great, to make your relationships great, to make your neighborhood great, to make your life great, and to make the sale. Find every plus point, sell it, and sell you on it. David beat Goliath, not because he had any real chance of being able to, but because he sold himself on the fact that he had to. Did he lie to himself? I don't think he did. The outcome would say he did not. He became convinced that his survival depended on taking down the giant. This is what you must do. Get sold and committed to the fact that you're offering a superior product or a superior service, or your company is superior, or you're superior. Look, man, the company, the product, and the service could be bad, but I'm superior to the degree that you got to do it with me. You've got to make it so true to yourself that you can say it to another with such conviction that no one would even think of challenging you. Put your money where your mouth is. One time a real estate agent was trying to convince me that this particular investment that he was trying to sell me on was this great deal and a great opportunity. He kept going on and on and on about how fabulous an investment, how one of a kind of an investment this property was. But I wasn't convinced because he didn't say it convincingly. I mean, he seemed like he was selling but he wasn't sold himself. You know what I'm talking about? Just a pitch with nothing to follow it. This cat lacked the believability of someone who's completely and thoroughly, completely sold on their product. Like any customer who is not sold, I start asking questions. It wasn't the deal that I was unsure about as much as the salesman who was pitching it. Something just didn't add up. I don't know whether it was the way he was dressed, how he pitched, how he presented, how he rushed, the loud talk, how he couldn't look at me, a combination. I don't know what it was exactly, but man, the cat wasn't sold. And if he's not sold, I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to wait. I'm going to shop. He sounded like a salesman, mediocre, average, maybe even a professional, but not great. He sounded like a salesman, not someone who was a sold man, not someone who was completely and securely confident about the product. Finally, I asked him, hey, since you continue to tell me how great an investment this is, have you invested in this product yourself? With a dumbfounded look on his face, he answered, oh, no, I haven't. You might be thinking that my question was unfair because maybe he can't afford the product he's selling. Look, if it's a sure thing, why wouldn't he pull all his money together with all his family, his kids, his parents, all his friends, and buy it himself? If it's a sure thing, you're not putting anyone at risk. If your product is great, then wouldn't it make sense that you'd be willing to buy it yourself? Now, remember, this is about being sold. The most important sale you'll ever make is the one you make to yourself. This right here is about put your money where your mouth is. By owning the product you're selling, you're demonstrating your certainty to others by your actions, not your words. And actions speak louder than words. That is the difference between a salesperson and someone who's completely sold. It's unbelievable to me to me how many, I almost can't even say it. It's just it kills me how many people sell products that they don't own themselves. Every product I have ever sold in my life, I first bought myself and was proud to tell people that I owned it. Obviously, I couldn't, nor can you, buy every single product that you sell. But you have to be willing to buy that product that you present or offer. You have to be so sold that you use your product, you consume that product, and would sell that product to the people you love the most. Otherwise, you're just a mercenary salesperson and will be the mercenary sales guy for whatever the highest fee is. And that's not me, and I would expect that's not 99% of the people listening to this. My wife's an actress. And my advice to her, because I don't know anything about acting, is look, get sold on the part yourself. So sold yourself that you'd hire yourself. Ice to an Eskimo, you know that one? Ice to an Eskimo. I consider myself, you ever heard that? Hey, you sell ice to an Eskimo? I consider myself to be one of the great salespeople. And I say that with humility, but also being unreasonable. I know that's true about me. I consider myself to be a great salesperson. That doesn't mean I could sell any product. To the degree you or I are in disagreement with the product or idea we're selling, we will not be able to sell that product. For example, the ice and the Eskimo thing? I couldn't sell ice to an Eskimo, as the saying goes. So if that's what it takes to be a great salesperson, hey, I can't do it. You know why? Because it wouldn't be ethical for me to sell ice to an Eskimo. There's no need. There's just no need. I couldn't and wouldn't sell psychiatric drugs of any kind, no matter how much money you paid me. Why? Because I could never convince myself that drugging people, that product that I'm selling, could possibly ever solve a person's problem or make a person's life better. I only believe that it would make them more unaware, more stuck in their problem. I just couldn't sell it. You sell it? Whatever. I couldn't sell it. I can sell only that which I am completely sold on all the benefits long term. This guy in car dealerships, they're called the F&I guy, or the finance and insurance salesman at a car dealership. He was having difficulty selling his products, and he called our office. and asked for advice on improving his sales. I began asking him, well, let me ask you, tell me about the last car you bought. And he's like, oh man, he got all excited. He said he'd recently purchased a car actually, and he went on to tell me how he loved this car. He absolutely loved it. He got all excited, enthusiastic. He said, I was so sold on the car, I've actually, I had to get one. And because he was so sold on that car, his conviction showed through. It became obvious he was sold. The products shine through him when he talked about it. He was speaking from his heart, his experience, what was true for him. I went on to ask him, well, which of the finance and insurance products did you purchase with the car you bought? The credit life they offer in there, the accident health, the insurance, the warranty, any of those what's called aftermarket products in the finance and insurance office. And with a chuckle, he admitted, Grant, I didn't buy any of the products because, why? I asked him why, and he's like, because I didn't want to spend the extra money on them. Well, the truth is, I told him, you didn't buy them because you're not sold on the products. The very products you're having difficulty selling, you're not selling. Why? Because you're not sold on them. You won't buy them. To the degree you won't buy them, you won't pay for them yourself. You won't commit yourself to paper. Dude, you're not sold. You bought the car. Why? Because you're sold on it. You even shine and gleam and become enthusiastic. You actually radiate. You actually made me want to buy that car. Why? Because you're sold, dude. You're sold. You put your money where your mouth is. You took actions. Now, you're not sold on your insurance, your warranty, your financing, whatever it is you do back there. And I'm not sure you know what you do back there because you're not selling much of it. And he's like, wow, man, maybe you're right. See, because he wasn't sold, he wasn't able to get others to buy the products from him. You might think, no, he's just saving money. No, BS. Look, if you're completely sold, you won't concern yourself with money. You'll buy the product. The truth is, he's more sold on his cash than he's sold on his products. And he's having trouble selling his products, which means he can't get a person's cash, which means he ends up with less money. There's no exception to this rule ever. If you are not completely sold, you won't concern yourself with money. If you are completely sold, you won't concern yourself with money. You get it? You'd buy the product. If the customer is not concerned with money, but wants the product more than the money, they'll do the deal. No exception to this rule ever. If you're ever having a similar problem in your own life or your career, it's an easy one to resolve, and it doesn't require that you learn anything actually about selling. All you have to do is start buying the products you sell and watch your sales go up. Buy the product, use the product, and watch your sales go up. People are inclined to do what others have already done. People will follow you to your chiropractor, your doctor, hire your maid or try to. Go to the movie you recommended all because you did it, not because you said it. To the degree you're sold, you will take action. And to the degree you take action is to the degree that you will be able to sell others. I assure you that finance guy I mentioned earlier would be much more successful if he were able to demonstrate to his clients through action, through his actions, that he'd already made the same exact investments himself. He would have been able to look a customer in the eye with full conviction and show them that he'd bought the finance, the credit life and accident and health. He'd bought the insurance. He'd bought the warranty. He protected himself because he believes in it. He could show them that he did it, that he'd put his money where his mouth was. And because of that, he was sold himself. By the way, this guy took my advice and his income increased 4 times by making that investment. The vital point of having salespeople who are sold is missed by nearly 90% of all management. You go to any Apple store and ask the salespeople how much they like their products. The people are so sold, you'd think it's a religious movement. The Apple people aren't using PCs at home and selling apples during the day. You can feel it, man. You can feel it with the way they present their products. They know their products. Why? Because they're using them every day. I went to a very high-end steak restaurant recently, and I asked the waitress, hey, which steak was your personal favorite? And she told me, hey, I'm a vegetarian. Hello? Is anyone home in management? What is this person doing in a steakhouse? Okay? Hey, man, go serve greeneries at Whole Foods, but you don't belong at Martin's. See, I personally would never, and my wife's a vegetarian, but I wouldn't have her sell steaks in a steakhouse for I'm going to ask the question, and she can't say she eats the meat. I would never, personally, management, hire a salesperson if they weren't willing to buy and use the products that we're selling. I also wouldn't hire a salesperson that wouldn't buy the product because he didn't have the money. You hear this? I hire a guy, he doesn't have the money, and that's the reason he won't buy it. Well, then borrow the money like the rest of the world. If he truly doesn't have the resources, get him a credit card, get him a payment plan, take it out of future commissions. Sell that product to him so that he can tell others how he loves it so much, uses it every day. They should have it, and they should also go into debt over it. That's selling. That's the vital point. Sell or be sold. Additionally, I wouldn't hire a salesperson that wouldn't spend money. Now, this is very important. If a person won't spend money or tends to be cheap or holds on to every penny, watches how he spends every little dollar, he'll always have trouble, in my belief, he'll always have trouble getting money from other people because of his thought process. I assure you that the less hung up you are on money, tight, crunched down on, mooch-like, the less you are hung up on it, the easier money will come to you. I know of salespeople who are so tight, they still have the first quarter they made from a commission. And while they're good salespeople, they aren't great. They even go around bragging about it, about their frugality. I am convinced that they would have reached much, much higher income levels had they not been so tight, squeezing down on what they had or had already earned, because they'd have gone out and produced more had they been a little looser. If you're tight on money, you think everybody else is. See, if you won't buy it yourself, then you're not sold yourself. If you hold on to money, you're going to probably think other people should hold on to it tight because you think there's a shortage, a scarcity. You're sold on scarcity. If you can't pass the simple test of being willing to buy your product, go in debt for your product, suffer like you're asking other people to do, you will never be able to sell in numbers that will make you a great. You have power. When you're sitting at the closing table and you look a prospect dead in the eye and show him that you've already made the exact same purchase that you're asking him to make, your personal conviction and your believability will take your career to new heights when you're completely and fully sold. Buy the product yourself and you'll become a miracle closer. You will be able to handle objections that ordinary salespeople cannot handle. Be sold on the product. Be sold on the services. Be sold on your company. And watch your prospects turn into customers. Chapter 6, the price myth. It's almost never price. If you were to survey all the salespeople in the world, you'd find that most of them believe that the number one reason they lose a sale is because of price. This is absolutely not the case, and in fact, nothing could be further from the truth. Price is not the buyer's biggest concern. It is actually at the bottom of the list of reasons why people do not buy. Most sales are lost over unspoken objections, not the obvious and apparent objections like price, payments, or budgets, but the ones that the buyer never voices. Getting the sale is never about money. It's ultimately about the buyer having confidence that the product is the right product for them. If there's a price difference, the customer wants assurance that your product has advantages in excess of the cost to them. The price experiment. Most salespeople believe that if price was lower, they could sell more product. But the truth is, they wouldn't sell more because they haven't correctly named the problem, therefore can't get the correct solution. I once had a salesperson that said to me, Grant, if the price of our seminar tickets were lower, we would be able, particularly him, he thought he would be able to sell twice as many. Well, even though I knew that what he was saying was bordering on idiotic, I practiced the first rule of selling, which is always agree with your prospect. And I told him that I had often wondered the same thing. And in fact, I said I'd be willing to test out his theory. So we offered a Grant Cardone seminar in Detroit, Michigan with tickets at 1/10 of the normal price. Now, Detroit had always been one of our best attended seminar markets, and the person that had made the suggestion about price cut was thinking, oh my gosh, we'll have the biggest audience we've ever had. Well, there was only one stipulation to our little deal here so that we could properly test out his idea, and that was he could only sell the tickets by sending out a marketing piece offering the seminar, the date, the price, the website address, and a phone number to call. That means he couldn't actually sell the product. He was not allowed to do a full sales presentation in order for us to test out this pricing experiment. The reality is, if you take the price down that low, okay, you won't be able to afford to do a presentation anyway because there's not going to be enough room in the price for a commission to be paid. Well, let me tell you how it turned out. That seminar had the lowest attendance of any seminar I have given in 20 years. It didn't even cover the cost of my airfare, and the salesperson's commission didn't cover the cost of the mailers. I asked the audience when I attended and when I showed up in Detroit, I asked the audience, hey, why do you think so few people came to this? There was like 12 people in the seminar. And they said they didn't think I'd actually be there in person, but that it would be a video feed. I asked them, why did you think it'd be a video feed? The brochure said Grant Cardone will be here. And they said, well, because of the price of the ticket, we didn't think you could afford to be here. See, if the price gets too cheap, people won't see any value in the product and therefore not respond to that product. Additionally, if price alone were the reason people buy, then the company wouldn't really need salespeople. And that'd be a problem for 25% of the population on planet Earth. See, it will always take a professional salesperson that takes the time to sell features and benefits to handle the buyer's price objections and get the buyer to make a decision, to take action, to exchange money for the product. Look, it's love, it's never price. After the experiment with the cheap tickets, I doubled the original ticket price, and attendance at my seminars doubled. That means I doubled the ticket price, and our seminar ticket sales increased by over 100%. Price is almost never the issue for any buyer, even when they say it's price. More often than not, it is love and confidence. Do I love this product? Because if I love this product, if I do truly love it, then I'll do whatever it takes to get it. Is the buyer 100% totally in confident that this product will get them what they want? Will this service do the job? If the buyer is head over heels in love with the product, can't live without the product, he'll buy it regardless of price, assuming he can find the money to pay for it. If the buyer has full confidence that the product will solve his problems and get him real solutions, he'll buy it at almost any price. And I'll prove it to you. See, people will give their right arm for love. They'll give their last dollar for a real solution. For instance, if you've ever lost someone, then you know what I'm talking about right now. Immediately, I said, you lost somebody, you know what I'm talking about. In that moment, in that very moment of losing someone you love, and you'd found out that you lost this someone special, you'd sell everything you had and go into debt multiple lifetimes just to have that person back in your life. Why? Love. Love, baby, love. See, you have to get your buyer to want your product more than he wants his money. I'm going to say that again. You have to get your buyer, prospect, whoever you're pitching your deal to want your product, your service, your solution more than he wants his money. He's got to want the product or the solution more than he wants the numbers in his bank account. Discovering what he's trying to accomplish and demonstrating how your product or service or you solve that problem is the essence of how you close a deal. Certainly there's the issue of the product being out of someone's price range, but that's the point I'm trying to drive home. If they really love it and it will really solve their problem, they'll figure out a way to come up with the money if they're absolutely in love with the product and confident it will solve their problem. You can't put a price tag on someone or something you really love. It's priceless. And if you've ever had a serious problem in life, money wasn't your concern. Getting rid of the problem becomes your concern, and you'd pay anything to get rid of it. Give them love, solve a problem, and you'll get the money. I'll give you an example. You ever stand in line for, you're thirsty, you're dying of thirst, or you need a coffee or whatever you need, and you have to stand in line? What would you pay to get in front of the line? 1970. Oil crisis in America. Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, they had a lottery. You know, you'd get your day to go buy gas. Tell me you wouldn't have paid $4 then. You would have. Why? Because you'd rather the $4 be gone than the time that you had to wait in line. Give them love, solve a problem, you'll get the money. If the customer can afford the product or service, but isn't buying and is harping about the money, I always realize that he has other concerns other than money that must be handled. Because if he were completely sold, price would not be the issue. While your prospect may be objecting to your price or your terms, here is a partial list of what else he might be considering. Is this the right product for me? Is there a better product than this? Is this the right proposal? Will this truly solve my problems? Will my people use this product? What will others think of me if I actually do this? Is this something I'm going to really use and enjoy? Will this company really take care of me? Will they really be there to service us? Am I better off buying something else? Will something better come out next week? Do I even know enough yet? Do we have all the information? Should we get another proposal, X proposal instead? Should I join the country club rather than spending this money on this whatever? Am I better off with the money in the bank? The security of money in the bank than using the money and having this thing, this product, this equipment or whatever? Is this going to be a mistake like other past decisions I made? Man, that's a huge one. See, all these questions, this list of questions could be on the mind of your prospect and will stop the sale from taking place. Reduce the price, you still haven't answered these questions that are being unspoken. If these considerations, or when these considerations are handled to the buyer's, your prospect's satisfaction, price will no longer be the issue. The price or service, or whatever it is you're selling, will obviously create different concerns for the decision maker. But trust me, regardless of what it is you have, it almost never comes down to just price. To the degree that you understand this, you will be successful. Let's say a guy is buying a birthday present for the love of his life. He finds something he thinks the girl will love, but tells the salesperson, hey, look, it just costs more than we can afford. I can't afford it. It's not in my budget. What he's actually saying is that he isn't completely sold on the product being the perfect gift for her. He either doesn't love it for himself or he's not sure that it's something she will love. This product is not yet making him feel good enough or certain enough to pull the trigger, buy the gift, and get rid of the money. Right? See, he still loves his money more than he loves this solution. In this case, I would acknowledge him, tell him, hey man, I totally understand. I know that it's more than you want to spend, but ask him for the right to actually show him something a bit more expensive, just for fun. You get it? He said it was too much. He didn't say he didn't like it, and he didn't say he couldn't do it. He said it was too much. Also consider that when he said it was too much, couldn't he have meant that it was too much for that rather than I can't afford it, or I can't do it, or I won't do it? Maybe, just maybe, he'd rather spend extra money and get the gift he knows he will love and she will love. This is called move up, don't move down. Most salespeople make the mistake of offering something for a lower price when faced with price objections. This is an absolute incorrect solution based on the false belief that price is the reason people don't buy things. See, when you move a customer down in price is a way to solve the problem. Watch, when you move the customer down in price or offer him something cheaper, he's actually less likely to want the next product, the down product, the solution, a price objection. He's less likely to want this product if he didn't want the first one. This will then cause the buyer to think you have no solution and that he's just wasting his time shopping with you. By moving him up, remember the little test? Hey, let's just look at this instead, Even though I know, by moving him up rather than down in inventory, you'll actually get him thinking in terms of value and find out whether his price objection is valid or not. If he believes that his girl will love the gift and he really wants to make her happy, I'm assuming he really wants to make her happy or he wouldn't have come in here, then showing him something more expensive will actually get you closer to a sale. Remember, more than anything else, he wants to make a good decision. At this point, he'll either demonstrate that the first product was the wrong choice by the simple fact that he's now looking at the more expensive option, or he'll tell you that he needs to move in the other direction with something that costs less. Either way, you've got him shopping with you, not negotiating with you. I could even show him a completely different line or product, knowing that he can, or we can, always move him back to the original. See, I want to exhaust my inventory and choices. I don't want to exhaust my price. That's what most people do. They exhaust price and end up not making any money. Remember, the number one reason a business fails or an individual fails is the inability to capitalize themselves because they were unable to sell products in quantities great enough at speeds fast enough. And price is an integral part of that calculation. I remember a customer once told me that my product was too much money, and I was unable to close him because of that. He left me and bought a product. He actually sold me that the price was too much, left me and bought a product for $150,000 more than I was offering him, and did it for my competitor. And I had the same product. I could have sold him for the extra 150 grand. See, when he told me it was too much money, he was really saying it's too much money for the solution you're offering me. And I bought it. I just bought half of it. It's too much money. I didn't hear the other part. It's too much money for that solution. I'd rather pay more money and get the real solution. See, you'll discover that many of your price objections will be solved with more expensive solutions as are solved with lower prices. So today, when I can't close a deal, I always try to move the buyer up to bigger or more expensive products or solutions as the first solution to the price objection. Although this may not make immediate sense to you and actually be contrary to your thinking, I assure you that it will prove successful for you, as it has thousands of other salespeople. If they'll at least consider the more expensive option, I know I'm on the right product line and that they're still in question about it. See, this is called closing with inventory. It means price is not the objection. Love and solution are the problem. I've had thousands of customers tell me that it's either too much money, over their budget, or they can get that uncomfortable money look on their face. You know what that's like? That cringe, I can't do this. See, I'll immediately move that buyer up to a more expensive product. Why? Because they're telling me it's too much money for that product or service, or they're not sure that product will solve their problem. The truth is, the buyer would rather pay more and make the right decision than pay less and make a mistake. The buyer would rather pay more and get a solution than pay less and get partial solution. The buyer would rather pay extra for quality than less for quality. Or they know they're going to have to give up some quality. Every customer's made mistakes before, and this is the number one reason why they hesitate on making decisions today. It's not price. It's not payments, budgets. It's never money. It's this. Number one reason I hesitate is because I don't want to make another mistake. It is the fear of repeating a mistake. It is not the fear of spending money. It is the angst of making the wrong choice, or buying the wrong product, or making the wrong decision that doesn't create a solution that they were looking for more than the price itself. Always show your buyer, your prospect, in your proposal, always show them how they can spend more as a solution to price, and this will determine whether or not you're dealing with a real price objection. The worst outcome is that the more expensive product will make the one you're looking at, or them looking at, more accessible to them, mentally more accessible, more affordable, and more valuable. And this will actually build value and substantiate your price. Never buy into the talk of the mediocre, average salesperson that you're surrounded with who believe that price is the most important issue, or who promote this idea that if the price were lower, we could sell more products. Just look at their results and then disregard their advice. One time a charity asked me if I'd help out with some fundraising. They told me about this one prospect that they had the wherewithal. He had the wherewithal to make a sizable donation, but they didn't have the wherewithal to get the donation from him. He was very supportive of the charity, but they were having trouble getting him to make a contribution. They had been working with this individual for over a year and had never gotten a penny. I asked them immediately, well, how much money are you asking him to donate? And they said, we're asking him to make a donation of $10,000. We've even asked him for $5,000 and can't get it. $2,000 and can't get it. $1,000 and can't get it. My suggestion was, hey, why don't you ask for more money? Maybe you're asking for too little. Maybe this prospect doesn't like the idea of small contributions. Maybe he believes the small contribution can't actually make a difference. And that's why people are charitable anyway. They want to make a difference. That it might actually be easier to get a larger one than a smaller one. The woman that had been working with this individual looked at me with like disbelief, like, who are you? She said to me, this man is one of the cheapest people I have ever tried to get a contribution from. So I took the prospect. I said, give me 5 minutes with him. Let me see what I can do with him. You've been destroying him for a year. I took the prospect aside, and in 10 minutes, 12 at the most, he had contributed 10 times what they had been asking him to do for over a year. He gave $100,000, not $10,000. So the truth is, he wasn't cheap by any means, except in the mind of the fundraisers. In fact, he was one of the most generous people I've ever met and one of the easiest closes I've ever been with. You know, the guy told me, he said, Grant, I hadn't contributed in the past to this charity because I didn't feel the $10,000 would actually make a difference. See, all I did was ask him for the right amount that he believed would solve a problem, which was make a difference. The higher contribution solved his problem. He wasn't getting a product. He's trying to solve a problem. Tip: your prospect is never the problem. Never. Your customer is never the problem. Never. The people you're pitching, proposing to, the company, the board, is never the problem. Never. Salespeople are the ultimate barrier to every sale. Never the prospect. Salespeople stop sales. Customers don't. You have to get this into your head. Price is not your problem. You are your problem. Customers don't stop sales. Salespeople stop sales from happening. You are the barrier to a closed deal, never a customer. Give the prospect a product he loves, a service that will solve his problems, and you will get a close once he has full confidence in the product, in the service, and in you. I'm going to say that again. Give the prospect a product that he loves or a service that will solve his problems, and you will get the close once he has full confidence in the product, the service, and in you. There'll be times when you'll have to handle the buyer on money. Sometimes I remind a person, while I agree it's a lot of money for a gift, let's say he's buying a gift for his wife or his husband, or her for the husband. While I agree it's a lot of money for a gift, there's no shortage of money on this planet. But there is a shortage of people who have found love of their life and who know how to show appreciation for that person. Be grateful you have someone to love, sir. Now, how would you like to handle this? See, that's selling. See, he said price was too high. And I'm like, I'm with you. I totally agree with you. First rule of selling, always agree. And I agree it's a lot of money for a gift. There's no shortage, however, of money on this planet. There is, however, a shortage of people who found the love of their life and who know how to show appreciation for that person. Be grateful you have someone to love. See, that'll handle that deal. That's selling, folks. And that's what you're going to learn throughout the remainder of this book. If the buyer is totally convinced it's right, they will chew off their own foot to have the product. If the buyer who's saying it's too much money found out that he had a disease and was going to die, but that product would save his life, would he do it? Oh, he'd find the money, he'd buy the product and save his life. Why? Because he's completely sold on the need. It wouldn't be about price, it'd be about solving his life. If the need is important enough and he has confidence in the cure, if the love is great enough, price will not be the issue. When buying a house, for instance, the unspoken objection the realtor will not hear will be, Is this the right house? Is this the house that's going to fulfill our needs? Will we be happy here? Is this going to be a good investment? Do I really love this place? Can we do better? If we're going to spend this much money, why don't we spend a little more and get our dream house? That one goes on a lot. The last one, regarding let's spend more money, happens to be about 50% of all buyers who are ever concerned about price. Those same buyers who use price as an objection, this is too much, will often go out and spend even more money, not less money. Remember, many times when a buyer says it's too much money, what they're saying is, it's too much for this product. It's too much for this solution. I'm not convinced this will really make me feel different. It won't solve our problem. You know, I told you a story about that house I sold for 50% more than the realtor said it could ever possibly bring. When the buyer came to the house, I knew the moment she walked into the house that she loved it. Later, she insisted, 3 days later, after we had a contract, she's like, Grant, I want to get an appraisal done because my account manager, her finance person, said, I'm paying too much for the house and we need to get an appraisal. I explained to her that while I understood she wanted an appraisal and that the account person wanted an appraisal, it would be a complete waste of money and time because the house would not appraise for the price we had agreed on. I told her that the house was overpriced. And because of the overpriced, it wouldn't appraise. I know this sounds crazy, but this is the way to handle this. I went on to tell her that I'd paid too much for the house when I bought it. She's like, what? I said, I paid too much for the house when I bought it. Oh, by the way, the people that bought it before me, they also paid too much for the house when they bought it. And by the way, you're going to pay too much for the house when you buy it from me. And when you go sell it, they're going to pay too much when they buy it, and I promise you it will never appraise. Because this location has always sold for more money than this house will ever appraise for. It always has, and it always will. And that's what makes this house incredible. That's what makes the location great, and that's why so many people have overpaid for this house, and it won't appraise. I convinced her not to do the appraisal, to save her money and save the time, and we closed the deal. The buyer decided not to have it appraised and bought the house. Again, she lived there for about a year and a half maybe, and sold it to the next people for how much money? Too much. It's never price, folks. It's about love, it's about confidence, and it's about, will this solve my problem? Now I want to talk about $4 coffee and $2 water to further tell you it's never price. To be an effective salesperson, you have to believe in human beings. You have to believe in the human being. You need to have a positive outlook about people. You have to believe that people are good and that they want to make the right decision. Your buyers are just like you. Your buyers, they're like you. They spend money they don't have. Don't you do that? They go over budget. You do that. They work hard for their money. You do that. They've made good decisions. You've done that. And they've made bad decisions. And hey, you've done that. And when you've made enough bad ones, you want to avoid them. See, like you, they want to avoid bad decisions and they want to make good ones. People want to feel good about themselves. And they want to feel good about their decisions. If you're selling a service to a business owner, he wants to know that he did the right thing for his business and that what he paid for what you sold him is going to make a difference for his company. If you're selling a product, customers want to have certainty that they'll be happy with that product and that when they use it, they're going to feel good, look good, and be admired by others because of the choice they made. If people don't buy from you, I assure you it's almost never about the money, never about the budget, but about something you didn't uncover. If it were all about price, please explain to me, please, why people stand in line for a $4 cup of coffee when they can make an entire pot at their house for almost nothing. Explain to me why people spend $2 on bottled water when they could have got it from their tap for free. Do you know last year in the United States, $18 billion was spent on bottled water? Explain why someone spends thousands of dollars on season tickets to a ball game when they could have watched on TV for nothing. Explain why someone would go out and buy a sports car when they could take the subway to work and arrive there in half the time. Explain why you bring your kid to a professional when he cuts himself rather than stitching him up yourself for nothing. Love, baby, love. Consider how many times you paid more than you could afford and you loved it. Come on, how many times have you been over budget? Consider how many times in your life you went over budget because you found something that you weren't even looking for, you didn't even need, and decided to buy it on an impulse. Remember, it's almost never price. Chapter 7, your buyer's money. Remember this, there is no shortage of money. I mentioned this earlier. You need to write it down. No shortage of money. Wake up every morning and tell you there's no shortage of money. You know, before you ask customers for their money, there's something you need to get straight about the subject of money. Millions of people on this planet have this false idea that there's some kind of money shortage. But the truth of the matter is there's more than enough money to go around for everybody. In fact, there are massive surpluses on it. And anytime we run short, they just go print more. Do you know that there's enough money circulating on this planet for every human being on this planet to have a net worth of over $1 billion? That's right, $1 billion. Are you getting your share? If you're not, it's because you're thinking in terms of hard work and limits, scarcity, not abundance. Look at the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic or whatever ocean you're close to. Go take a look at it and observe the infinite amount of energy being created there. The Pacific Ocean never stops. Go out there and get as many buckets of water as you want. How many buckets can you take? If you took as many buckets as you wanted, would there still be plenty of ocean? Would anybody even know you took a bucket out? No. Nobody would know anything happened. Absolutely nothing would happen. So, what's the point of that? Look at how much money is in the marketplace. How many people own homes, cars, pay telephones? Look around you while you were listening to this audio program. Just start counting cars, 30 grand, 20 grand, 10,000, 14,000. Count them. Imagine how many telephone bills are processed every month. Electric bills, water bills. How many people buy clothes and food every day? How many Visa card charges every minute of every day? There are endless amounts of money on this planet. And if we ever get close to running out, I promise you, they'll go and print more and they'll drop it out of planes if necessary. Get over the idea that there's a scarcity of money, because there is not. This is in your mind. There's plenty of money to go around. If you start looking for prosperity and abundance, you will see it. You will see it everywhere. It exists all around you. Alert. If others have a difficult time getting money from you, you will never find it easy to get money from others. This is an alert, okay? If others have a difficult time getting money from you, you will never find it easy to get money from others. Many of the best, highest paid salespeople I have known in my lifetime, are the most generous, some of the most generous people I have ever met when they go buy things. They go in, they spend it, they tip it, they throw it down, they take care of the people. See, they're less significant about money, not because they have it, but because they understand that money is to be used, not possessed. That money is abundant, not scarce. Because they know this, they don't have trouble getting others to part with money. Your buyer and his money. You know, your buyer becomes quite funny when it comes to the decision time and to exchanging you money for the product or service or whatever the pitch is. It's as if the money somehow identifies the individual, or that they feel they'll be different once they give it to someone else. When it comes to actually parting with money, people can act quite strange and start making excuses. They generate odd stories even, and may even possibly alter the truth a bit. Maybe you've noticed this. The trained professional knows how to stay in the transaction, in the deal. He knows how to handle the objections, knows how to handle the stalls, knows how to persist, and can do so without ever appearing to pressure anyone. It's even funnier when you consider that most people aren't even giving you money. They're merely transferring numbers from a bank account to some other bank account. In most cases, they aren't even paying for it. Someone else is. It's called credit. But they say, oh, I can't afford this. Well, of course you can't afford it. That's why we have banks. That's how you handle it. Man, I sure like this. I love this. I want this. I like the idea. But I can't afford it. Well, of course you can't. Who can? No one can, man. That's why we have banks. That's why people borrow money. I've had many people tell me that my price was too high, and it wasn't even their money. I've talked to boards where I have 3 people that can't even write a check, tell me, oh, it's too much money. Then I actually got the actual money guy, the actual decision maker, the principal. He gets involved. I pitch my deal. I present my proposal. I tell him what my solution is. I sell my product. He looks at me and says, how much? I tell him how much, and he says, okay, let's do it. Never, ever brought up price. But his henchman did. See, some of the most difficult buyers I've ever had that I've been involved with later thank me profusely for hanging in there with them, working through these price issues, these decision-making issues, these fears that people have about money, and helping them make the right decision. Love your product, love your service, love your customer, and love yourself enough to learn how to hard sell. If you need some help handling these price objections, payments, budgets, decision makers, you should get my other audio program on closing called The Closer's Almanac. It is a lethal arsenal of technology that will change your life about how to stay with the money, handle the objection, not discount your price, maybe even be more expensive than everybody else on the street or that compares to you, and still get a deal. Okay, here's a little thing you want to learn. Second money. It's called second money is easier than first money. I discovered the second money phenomenon by accident 1 week when I was on fire selling everybody that I called on. You know what I'm talking about? When you're in that zone and you're just like, I'm like, everything's going my way. I'm selling everybody. It's one of those like freak moments when everything was easy and effortless. Like the skies had parted and the gods had blessed me with every closing ability available to mankind. Every prospect I was working with in this time was buying from me like wham, deal, deal. And it seemed as though I had walked through this magic closing portal in the universe. I'd spent hours selling this executive that I was working with to make sense of the product being affordable for his company. He finally submitted to my logic and my persuasion and agreed to make the purchase. Well, upon delivery of that product, I decided to see if I could move them up another level, as I truly believed that it would be a better investment for the company. And hey, look, I was such in the zone that day, I could afford to take the risk. You know, I'm winning. Winning breeds confidence. Confidence gets sales. More sales breeds more confidence. I can take this risk. So I went for the second money. You know, I knew these people were already on a budget. In fact, had gone over a budget. But I had to try this anyway because I felt like a Superman, super Hancock sales guy. I suggested to them that since they were already paying more than they could or be comfortable with, why not go all the way and move up to another level? The guy looked at me like I was crazy. I thought it was crazy, but it was actually astonishment. Actually, he says, we were going to ask you to do just that. You know, we figured and talked about it and agreed we're already paying more than we can afford. We'll just have to produce a little more to make it work out, but we'd rather move up to the next package because we believe it'll last as long and we want the changes. In that moment, I had stumbled across one of the great secrets of selling. Second money is easier to get than first money. Well, startled by this discovery, I reflected on other times that I had been out shopping myself for products. And I had taken forever to decide on one particular item, whatever, a shirt, CD player, an iPod, whatever, a TV, right? But then I finally made the decision. No help from the salesperson in most cases. And I finally made this decision and bought it. And then I found myself buying another 8 items on the way out the store. It was interesting because I'm trying to be aware of what's happening to people when they're spending money. Here I am, I took an hour and a half to make a decision on one product, and then in the next 10 minutes, buy 8 more products. This phenomenon is common among decision makers and consumers. It's something like once the flow begins, the buyer becomes, or the individual becomes more susceptible or open to more purchase. It is my belief that this individual is actually using the second and follow-up purchases to support the rightness of the first decision. Now, I'm in Los Angeles today. That explains why Hollywood will tend to stay with the same actors over and over again. Why? We did a show with her. It was a success. Let's use her again. I get on one radio show. The next week, I got 10 other people that want me on a radio show. Why? Because second sale, it's been supported. Let's have him back. If we have him back again, it'll support our decision to have him the first time. See, why does someone refer you to his or her dentist? Why? Well, they go to a dentist. The dentist inflicts pain, charges a lot of money for it, and then they come home, you gotta go see my dentist. My dentist is incredible, right? Why? To help the dentist? I don't think so. Maybe, but more likely, I believe the individual, you gotta go see my dentist. He's trying to convince you to go to the same dentist because it supports the rightness of his decision to go to that dentist. See, everyone wants to know what they're doing is the right thing. And the other purchase phenomenon, the second purchase phenomenon, supports the earlier action and gives the reassurance that what this individual did was correct. I'll prove this point to you. Find one woman walking down Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills carrying just one shopping bag. And my entire theory is supported. I dare you to find that. Another example of this is a customer who walks into a travel agency. Maybe it's you walking into the travel agency with the idea of taking a cruise. You spend 4 hours with the travel agent looking at all the cruise line brochures while trying to figure out what package will best suit your needs. Should I go to Europe, Mexico, Alaska, or the Caribbean? Should I take a 5-day cruise or a 2-week cruise? What's the best cruise line? Who has the best ships? Once the customer, or you in this case, decide on the destination and the purchase, and actually purchase the perfect cruise vacation, the climate is set perfectly for the travel agent, if they're trained correctly, as a great to step in, because they're not travel agents, they're salespeople, and offer additional products. See, there's accommodation upgrades from an inside deck cabin to an ocean view suite. The island tour excursion package you got to do. You need travel insurance. What about airfare upgrades? Man, I can get you into business class or first class. See, because the customer has taken the plunge and bought the first item, he or she, or you, is so set on being right and making a good first decision that you'll tend to make second, third, and fourth purchase additional products and services in order to ensure your first decision is correct. You know, there was a situation where I was raising money for my church, and I was working with this individual that had been very resistant to making contributions. When I finally got him to agree to make a donation after a much resistance, I congratulated him. As I watched him write a check, and this guy was tough, okay? Separating from money was not easy. As I watched him write the check, I looked at him and said, you know, you're going to do more for our church than you're doing right now before you die. I know your heart's in the right place. You're a very, very generous human being. Appreciate what you've done today. You know you're going to do more. Why don't you just do the rest right now? He looked at me and said, you're right. Tore up the first check and wrote me another check for 20 times the amount that he'd initially decided on. Wow. Second money, easier to get than the first money. First money's taken me hours and months before, sometimes a year to get, and then get the second money in minutes. If you've ever seen someone at a restaurant complaining about the price of a steak, then turn around and order a bottle of wine that's $140. 3 times the cost of the steak, twice the cost of the meal. See, you know what I'm talking about? How about the person that whines about paying $10 for a movie ticket and then spends another $20 on popcorn, soda, and candy? What's he doing? Second money. Have you ever heard of a guy complaining about how high his car payment is? Oh man, these payments are going to kill me. And then the same guy goes down the street, customizes the car with 22-inch wheels, custom paint job, installs a stereo system that you can hear from 3 blocks away. Of course, he had to charge on a credit card at 18%. And the payments on the wheel, the paint, the audio program, or the audio stereo system amounted to more than the payments in the car. Yay, yay, yay for the second money. Learn this one, and your income will change forever, and your life will change forever. The more they spend, the better they feel. Your prospect, regardless of what he says to you, always wants to spend more, not less. Believe it or not, people love to spend money. And the more they spend, the more they will enjoy spending it, and the more they will enjoy their decision. You know, I was at a concert recently. My wife bought us tickets. I told her, we sat down. I'm like, baby, don't ever buy these tickets again. I want the best tickets in the house. I don't want to sit up here, turn my neck, and not get the best of the show. I'd rather pay more and get the best than pay less and make a mistake. Show me one person who has ever come under budget when buying a home or building a home, buying furniture, buying a car, buying equipment, buying clothes, buying a vacation. Show me anybody that comes under budget. Why? Because people feel better when they spend more. These people that stay under budget, I don't think they exist. Consumers want to take home lots of things, lots of bags, lots of stuff, not just one thing. They want to brag to their friends and their neighbors that they spent the most money and bought the most expensive thing. People love showing off. If there wouldn't be a market for sport cars, designer clothing, watches that are bigger than your wrist. See, anyone, for instance, can buy a leather purse that will last just as long as a Chanel or a Gucci bag or whatever, all these bags, Versace bag. But people know that the designer brand costs 10, 20, and sometimes 50 times more because of the label and the insignia. Look, this is America. It's a nation of consumers and one-uppers. And if it's up to America in the Western way, the whole world will become like this. A nation, a world of consumers, one-uppers. I look good, I have the label. Good or bad, whether you like it or don't like it. We like to buy things, and we like to be seen buying things. Therefore, the second purchase reinforces the first purchase, makes the first purchase the right decision, and becomes your friend. Second money is easier to get than the first money. People will tell you, don't be greedy, don't complicate the sale, just finish it. No, don't do it. You might blow the deal with your attempts to get the second money, but it's nonsense. This kind of thinking is for little mediocre salespeople of the world, not for you. This is for the big dreamers. You're an actor or an actress and you're going in for an audition. Why go for one? Why don't you go for two? Why don't you kill it? Go for it. Be unreasonable. Second money, second decisions are for those who want to take their game and their income to the next level and want to do it in half the time. Look, you'll spend 90% of your time eating the main course. You'll spend 10% of your time eating the dessert. What does that tell you? Get the first sale wrapped up, then focus on the second sale. It's dessert. This is a monster technique that works like magic. A salesperson, and we're all salespeople, right? All you have to do to unlock the door to the second money is to get over your fear of blowing a deal, an opportunity. I'm going to miss it. Remember, there's no scarcity. Ask for the second sale. Remember, money is a mental issue, not a shortage issue. Chapter 8, you're in the people business. It's the people business, not the X business. You know, manufacturers are constantly pushing product awareness and product knowledge because they believe, the manufacturer does, that this is the weakness of the sales force. Manufacturers are telling the salespeople how to sell. It's crazy. They're manufacturers. They manufacture, right? They think if salespeople just understood how the product worked and all the benefits, then the salespeople would sell more. Or the franchise would sell more, or whoever's distributing the product would move more product. While it's true that salespeople must have a great understanding of their product, one must not forget that no matter what you're selling, you're in the people business. It's people who buy those products. That's why it is vital that salespeople know about people first, products second. I've known salespeople who understood every in and out of the product. They knew every detail, but were unable to close the deal as they have an inferior, disabling understanding of people. Being superior in product knowledge and yet inferior regarding people knowledge equals minimal results. Understanding the product before you understand people is like putting the cart, if you will, in front of the horse. It won't go anywhere. Realize right now, you're in the people business first and the product business second. Certainly you need product knowledge. I'm not saying you don't. You have to know the benefits. You have to know how the product compares to other products. But first and foremost, you need to understand people and what they want before you can sell the product or show someone the benefits of your product. Most people I meet spend too much time selling the product and forget that selling is 80% people, 20%, maybe 20% product. This is justified by people buying inferior products every minute of every day. Every minute of every day, somebody buys a product that's inferior. Why? Why is this? Because people buy for reasons other than just the product benefits. A person stops into a convenience store after work, buys a carton of milk. Is that brand of milk the best they can possibly drink? Is it the best price in town? That person doesn't know and doesn't care because it's not the carton of milk they're buying at that moment. It's the convenience they're buying that will get them home to their family as quickly as possible so the kid can have some milk. The shoe shine guy at the airport. See, he doesn't understand that it's not the price or the quality of the shoe shine that keeps people from shopping at his booth. He doesn't realize this because he thinks people are having their shoes shined. He thinks he's shining shoes. The reason the businessman doesn't stop for a shoe shine in JFK or O'Hare or Los Angeles Airport or Houston Intercontinental or Denver, the reason they don't stop is not because they don't need a shine. It's not because of the cost. The business person is concerned about missing his connecting flight. If the shoe shine guy advertised 60-second shines, that's a nice ring to it, 60-second shines, he'd have to expand his booth to handle all the business. To get the right button to close the sale, that is what people are really interested in, people business, you have to know that you are in the people business and not in the shoe shine business or the insurance business or the acting business or the car business or the cable business or whatever it is you're selling. Learn to think like they think. Products do not think. Products do not feel. Products do not react. People do. You may know I live in Los Angeles, and my wife and I, we buy gas from a station on Sunset Boulevard that's about a mile from our home. Now, there's 4 other stations on the same corner. But the funny thing about this one station is the owner comes out, greets us by name, fills the car up, cleans the windshield, and gives us a bottle of water for free. The price of the gas is exactly the same as the guy across the street. I think. I'm not sure because I never go to the guy across the street. That's an interesting concept. See, now at that point, am I buying the gas or am I buying the service? Is this about people or the grade and quality of the fuel that he's putting into my car? Is the owner selling people or is he selling gas? Is he servicing people or selling gas? Where do you think we fill up? Every time. If he's open, we're going there. See, if you understand people, then you'll know the right answer. It's got to be obvious to you. Maybe you'll shop and go for the lowest price. I'm not interested. I want the service. And most people do. The owner of this station understands that he's not in the gas business. He's in the people business, which is why we continue to buy gas from him. And it's also why I never know what his competition's charging because I never go there. And even if I did go there, I'd be disappointed. No water, no name, no windshield cleaned, just cheap gas. See, it's been said that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. I believe this to be true, and I can validate it with commission checks. I never consider I'm selling a product. I've sold many, many products at many different price ranges from $10 to $100 million. I never consider that I'm selling a product, but I do consider that I'm helping a person make the right decision. I've sold fish, cars, clothes, real estate, videos, jewelry, investments, books. What else have I sold? Charitable contributions, vacations. I've sold a lot of stuff. And I found that I did best. I've always achieved the most when I was most interested in the individual, when the human being, that I had the human part of enjoying life, solving problems, reassuring people that they're buying the right product or service. That's when I excel. More often than not, salespeople will launch into their pitch without ever knowing anything about a customer, which is a surefire way to miss a sale. What is important to this person? What does this person need? What is this person concerned with? What is the ideal scene for him or her? What is it they are actually trying to accomplish with the purchase? What is it that really makes them feel good? If they could get everything they wanted, what would that thing be? These are the questions that will let you know how to communicate to people and let them know that you're in the people business, not the product business. Take interest in the client instead of interest in selling the client. When a buyer goes out looking for a product, he doesn't care how much you know about the product. He only cares about himself. He cares about his time. He cares about his money. And he cares about doing the best thing for himself. He doesn't care about you or your product at that point. He cares most about himself at this time, and you and your product are way down on the list of his concerns. The most interesting person in the world. You know, I may not be the most interesting person, but I am the one I am most interested with. W.C. Fields. This is a great story to consider. People are far more concerned and more interested in themselves, their family, and in doing the right thing for themselves and their family than they are in having another product, no matter how much they actually need or want the product. If you don't show as much interest in the person you're working with and the concerns that he or she has, as you actually do in selling and in your commission, he'll know that you're only in it for the commission, in it for the money, in it for your job. He'll know. Be more interested in the customer than you are in yourself. Make yourself second and him first. Make your product second or third and him first. Make your sales process less important. Be more interested in your customer than you are in yourself, your sales process, your product, or your commission, and you will make more sales. Now, this is a point to management. Management, anytime you put your sales process senior to the person buying, your sales process will fail. My wife and I recently met with a high-end, very high-end veteran real estate agent who was showing us a house. And we happened to go to this open house, met this woman. I realized who she was. She's done a lot of work in this town, and she's been in real estate sales for 20 plus years. She's not one of the top agents, but she's definitely very, very good. As we were walking through the property, I began to tell the agent what was most important to us, at which point she cut me off and continued to pitch the house. I tried to tell her, I'm really interested in this, and she cut me off again. And then I go to tell her something else, she cuts me off again. You'd think that this agent was a complete rookie to the business. Not the real estate business, but certainly to the people business. On the contrary, she's been in real estate for over 20 years with much success. But she is by far great. She has not reached the top 1, 2, or 3 in her field. And the difference between the top 1, 2, and 3 and number 10 in real estate in Los Angeles is millions of dollars of income. Well, maybe that's part of her problem. She doesn't listen and she doesn't take interest in people. She's too busy selling the product and not interested enough in the people that buy the product. She had joined the ranks of those in the real estate business that had forgotten she was in the people business. Well, 90% of all salespeople don't take the time to listen to the prospect or find out what they actually want, what they're looking for, what will motivate them. While this agent has been very successful compared to 90% of all agents, imagine what this agent could do. Imagine what she could sell if she was genuinely interested in people and in determining what they really wanted and what they really needed. It would certainly save her time if she would now know what to show me and how to sell me. It's easy to do. All you have to do is be interested. You have to know how to communicate. Not talk, but communicate. See, I'm talking right now. I'm not communicating, I'm talking. True communication requires finding out what is important to people so you can identify what they actually want and deliver that thing or things. That means I have to ask a question, get an answer, and show how this fits. What do you value? What is important? Why is it important? How do they want to be spoken to? What is going to cause someone to take action? Those are straight up questions you can ask people. One time I was selling a condominium. We owned 144 condos in Tucson, Arizona. And we were selling a condominium there, and I was actually in the office sitting down with a couple, and I observed within the first 60 seconds that the husband wouldn't look at me. I waited another 10 or 15 seconds. He still wouldn't look at me. I waited another 15 seconds. He wouldn't look at me. After a full 2 minutes of this, I'm talking to her. We're in communication. He won't look at me. After 2 minutes, I bluntly looked at him and said, "Excuse me." I cut the communication with her and went to him. "Excuse me. Why won't you look at me?" He was shocked. Like he just came right out of his shoes. He looked at me. He's like, "What?" I said, "Why won't you look at me?" He was shocked at first, but then started immediately talking. See, I had taken interest in him. And when he did start communicating with me, I asked him, "Hey, what is your ideal scene? I know what your wife wants. What do you want?" The question allowed him to open up. He told me everything him and her were looking for. During the conversation, the subject of golf came up. So I stopped my sales pitch and showed him where the closest course was. He went on and on and on about golf, how he loved it. He didn't stop, by the way, until he signed the documents. I didn't even sell my condo. You know, when I didn't pitch my condo, I got in communication. I just took interest in him and her. I got into communication. I made him more important than the product I was selling. Now, many of you won't do that. You won't, "Hey, why aren't you talking to me?" You won't do that because you're worried about losing the sale. But you see, you've put it in priority more important than the people. I found out what was important to him because I got into communication. I listened, and then I let him close himself. Communication equals sales. If you don't get into communication with the prospect, the buyer, whoever you're presenting your proposal to, you have no chance of ever making the sale. The dictionary defines communication as a process in which information is exchanged between individuals through common symbols or behavior. Communication is exchanged. See, talking about your product is not communicating because there's no exchange of ideas between you and the buyer. In sales, we're interested in communication that gains access to information which then can be turned into action. To gain information means that your communication should include lots of questions. Hey, what do you want this product to do that your present one doesn't do for you? What would your present product have to do to satisfy you so that you wouldn't buy a new product? That's a great question. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate what you're using now? What would make it a 10? See, this type of interested in you questioning, and you can make a whole list of them, and you should. This type of interested in you questioning will help you discover what your prospect wants, what they need, and most importantly, what they assign value to. What you assign value to and what they assign value to are two different things. What you think's important and what your wife thinks important, or your spouse, your husband, completely different most of the time. Additionally, asking questions demonstrates your interest in the individual. It demonstrates interest in the individual, and people want to know you're interested in them, not just a sale and not just a commission. Years ago, I was shopping for a computer, and the salesperson starts reeling off speed, memory, storage capacity, megabytes, all the technical information that not only meant nothing to me, but I don't even care about. I walked away feeling like a zombie from all his technological terms and the misunderstandings he puked and spewed onto me, and didn't make a purchase. I was with him probably 30 or 40 minutes. A week later, still have a problem, hadn't bought anything. Puker before me couldn't close because he doesn't know anything about selling. A week later, I wandered into another store and I met a real salesperson who approached me and immediately started asking me questions rather than spewing data. He asked me if I'd been traveling with the computer, how I would use it, what were my 3 main uses. And this would help him determine not only how I am using it, but how he can help me, what is valuable to me and what I value. That salesperson showed more interest in me in 60 seconds than the other person did in 30 minutes. He was also genuinely interested in finding the right product for me rather than making a sale. I told him I'd been considering buying a particular model, to which he promptly explained that that computer that I was considering was more than I actually needed, and that I would have spent more money than was necessary. His helpful advice increased my trust, caused him to have more credibility with me, putting him in a position to control the sale and actually keep me interested. Well, this is what happened. I wound up buying 2 laptops and a desktop computer from him in less than 20 minutes. Before I left, I asked him what else I might need and purchased extra memory cards, software programs, and extended warranties. Look, the first guy took, 15, 20, 30 minutes demonstrating his product knowledge, but never bothered to find out about me and didn't get the sale. Why? He put product knowledge before people knowledge. The guy who sold me the product and got the commission, hey, he knew the product knowledge. That was essential for him to guide me to the right product. But he knew about me. He didn't put product first, he put me first. The human quality involved in selling can never be replaced, and becomes even more beneficial the more deeply we become entrenched in this thing called the machine age. I want to clarify that when I suggest you ask questions, it is not done with the intent of manipulation. This has been greatly misused and promoted by sales trainers for years. Questions are asked to find out more about helping the human being in front of you, not manipulating. I don't ask questions to find out your budget in order to manipulate my product to fit your budget. Many books regarding sales itself suggest a tactic of collecting information to use against a buyer later. There are even tricks suggesting the salesperson doesn't answer the question, but that he responds to the buyer's questions with more questions. Look, this is pure, absolute manipulation. It is not communication with the intent of helping, and it will not serve you over time. Look, I'm in the people business. I'm not in the product business. I'm in the people business, certainly not in the business of manipulation, and I expect you are not in the business of manipulation either. Remember, people are senior to products. Now, this section is critical for executives. Make this fundamental rule you live and die. Make this a fundamental rule you live and die by. Okay? You are in the people business. Management, your people are in the people business, not the product business. People are senior to products. People are senior to the processes, even the processes employed by companies. No product or sales process will ever be successful if it doesn't make people senior. A product is dead. People are not dead. A product is a function and is always less important than people. To the degree that a company's sales processes become more important than the people, salespeople and the customers, that process will fail. A personal friend of mine and rookie commercial real estate agent asked me once for a meeting about investment property I was considering. I won't mention the name of the company that he worked for, but I can tell you that they're one of the largest firms in the world representing apartment buildings, and they have relied on a very stringent sales process for years. I told my friend, the rookie, to come to my house for a meeting. He told me it was essential that I come to his office rather than him coming to see me. Well, I thought this was strange and told him, look, man, just meet me in my office. Let's figure out how I can buy something from you. He called me back. Insisted, Grant, you have to come to the office. This was totally uncharacteristic of my friend. I asked him, why do you continue to insist on me coming there, because there is no way I'm going over there to meet you? At this point, he agreed. Okay, Grant, I'll come to you. When he finally got to my home, we sat at my kitchen table, and I asked him, hey, man, why did you continue to persist 3 times that I come to your office when I kept telling you I didn't want to do that? He explained to me he had just been to a seminar, and the company's sales approaches insisted that the client go into the office. This was a control point, he suggested to me, that the company promoted to their young salespeople, suggesting they would be able to control the client better and get more listings. While it's vital to have a sales process in place and that it be followed, the moment the process becomes senior to the servicing of the customer, it will err. This particular process failed to include or consider me, the customer, the only one that can buy anything. Oh, by the way, my friend never sold me any real estate. Instead, he quit his job at that company after I convinced him to come work for me, managing my property, managing purchases. This proved to be a very, very successful decision for both of us. He went on to become a prosperous business owner and real estate entrepreneur. To this day, he thanks me for not meeting him at his office. Remember, people are senior to processes. I remember I bought a Hummer when it first came out, the H2 first came out. I was so elated, excited. After seeing the vehicle for the first time on Sunset Boulevard, I immediately called up a Hummer dealership because I wanted to buy one. I didn't want to know about it. I wanted one. I wanted it now. See, I didn't need a Hummer, but I wanted one, and I wanted it, and I wanted it now. A salesperson answered the phone. I said, look, hey, I want to know how much that Hummer is, that H2. I just saw one on the street, the yellow. It's hot. I got to have one. He told me, hey, we can't give you a price on the phone. I asked him if there was something wrong with him because I just called for a price, and he's, hey, how much is it? And then you tell me you can't give me one. Well, he said it was a company policy. I said, company policy? Your policy is not to give a price? I called you. I asked for a price. Now we're arguing, right? He said, no, it's a company policy. I don't want to argue with you. I'd love to, but I can't give you a price on the phone. Wow. What a policy that is. Now, if you're a car dealer, it might make sense to you. But everybody else listening to this is going to be like, that policy sucks. See, here's a Hummer dealership that has a policy in place that prevents people from purchasing anything. He told me that the policy was there, put in place to prevent people like me from shopping price over the phone and then going to a competitor. Hey, I hadn't even been thinking about shopping a competitor until he planted the seed in my mind. Maybe I should shop the price. I wondered why the Hummer dealership bothered to advertise their phone number if they weren't willing to answer questions. Seems like a waste of advertising. This is a perfect example of a business that has implemented poor policy in an effort to prevent people from shopping competitors. They're trying to solve one problem and actually create another one. Some genius in management came up with a policy, or some consultant suggested something in some seminar. Management goes back and says, yeah, let's don't give price, but you didn't think it all the way through. You end up creating more problems that prevent people from buying, but also makes no sense to the customer. Probably makes no sense to the salespeople. Everybody goes into resistance. This results in a complete waste of advertising dollars, creates a confrontational environment, destroys sales, and creates high turnover. Process put in place without considering the effect on the people will not be effective but destructive. People are always going to be and should be treated more important than the actual processes, procedures, or policies. People write checks, policies, and processes don't. Products are dead matter, and people are alive. Products can be replaced. People cannot. Products don't sell themselves. People do. Never forget, people buy products, and it's your job to sell people on your products, not to sell your products to people. Caring about people is senior to the products and the processes you use. Being genuinely concerned that your customer is getting the right product for them. Make that individual more important than the individual sale, and you will make more sales. Be interested in what the person is trying to accomplish and what problem he's trying to solve, and treat people as individual, as living, breathing individuals that are irreplaceable. Stay interested before the sale, during the sale, and after the sale, and even if you don't get the sale. Don't ever let the process be senior to the people involved. And remember, you're not in the real estate business any longer, the mortgage business, the insurance business, the investing business, the newspaper business, clothing business, acting business, hotel business, seminar business, whatever business your industry labels itself, quit that business. Right now, quit it and get into the people business. Chapter 9, the magic of agreement. Always, always, always agree with the customer. This is the single most important and most commonly violated rule in all of selling. If you want agreement, you've got to be agreeable with your customers. This vital rule is not to be confused with the old saying, the customer is always right, because, look, customers aren't always right. If you've ever been with me, you know that I believe agreement is critical to your survival. If you've ever been with a customer before, you will notice that they're more interested in you agreeing with them than you being right with them. The point is, right or wrong, agree with the customer. Agree as you write your proposal. Don't disagree. Don't fight people. Agree with people. You can never expect someone to agree with you. If you're disagreeing with them, it just won't happen. People are attracted to products, ideas, and people that represent those things they're in agreement with. This is a fact of the universe. This isn't some sales technology. This is a fact of people, man. People want to go and move toward agreements. Your friends are those people that most agree with your core beliefs. Your favorite family members, they're not all favorites. Come on, admit it. Your favorite family members are those people you want to spend the most time with during those holidays. And they're the same people that you have the most agreement with. These are the people in your life that you've got the most agreement with. You agree on the same club. You agree on the same politics. You have basic agreement. People that agree with one another move toward each other. And people that disagree move apart. You know the old saying, opposites attract doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Opposites attract. It's not true. It doesn't happen to be true in sales for sure. Oil and water, okay, they repel one another. Same thing with disagreements. Oil and water are disagreements. In selling, likes attract, and like is born out of agreement. I like you now because I agree with you at some level. It only takes one. You know, when there's not enough agreement between two parties, then there will be no agreement at all. This is the reason for partnerships failing, marriages breaking up, and the main reason you don't have more customers buying from you. Most people think that it takes two to have an agreement, but the truth is, it only takes one. It only takes one, because once one opposing party agrees and no longer disagrees, there is no longer any disagreement. The salesperson, you, who wants agreement, must give agreement to the customer before agreement can be achieved. You get it? Your agreement precedes their agreeing. Even when a buyer is making ridiculous claims or exaggerations, you have to agree with him. Just because you think what he's saying is ridiculous doesn't mean he thinks it's ridiculous. If he thinks something is black and you think it's white, you're both right. However, if he thinks something is black and you want to get the sale, you'd better agree with his reality that it's black. If he thinks he should wait and think about it for a while and you disagree with him, I swear to you, I guarantee you will solidify his need to wait and you won't get the close. However, if in this same example, you were simply to agree with him that thinking about it is a good idea and let him know that you absolutely agree with his viewpoint, he will become more attracted to you and move toward you, not move away from you. He'll move toward you, not away from you. You get it? Because you're agreeing with him. Once that agreement is in place, you can then go ahead and explain that thinking will not change the fact that this is the right product, that he can afford the product, and that his company will save money because of the product, and by making the decision to do it now, he can put his attention on all the other things he needs to think about. Agree with him first, which will bring him to another way of thinking, getting closer to you, and then you can handle the objection. I'll give you an example. I wanted to add a fourth dog to our fleet of dogs, to our family, And my wife was dead set. Now, she loves animals, but she's like, no, we have enough. I'm dead set against the idea, right? The first thing I did was agree with her. Baby, you're right. You're absolutely right, honey. You know, the last thing we need is another Great Dane. With a raised eyebrow, she asked, you agree with me? Absolutely, baby, I agree with you. You're right. There is no sense. It makes no sense in us having 4 dogs. It's just ridiculous. That was the point where she looked at the picture of the puppy, the little white Great Dane, the little Harlequin Great Dane that I was considering. She looked at me, a little smile crosses her lips, and she's like, he's so cute. Done. Dog number 4 is in the house. Do you get it? Agree, acknowledge, make the other party right, and then go about selling and closing. There's no single rule that salespeople violate more than this rule, and it happens to be the number 1 rule in selling any product, any idea, about anything. Agreeing is the road to more sales. Agreeing is the road to getting what you want in life. Agreeing is the road to riches. This needs to be drilled and practiced because man, particularly in the West, is inclined to disagree in order to satisfy his gluttonous craving to be right. So you need to really, really drill this because every day you're trying to be right all the time. You don't want to be right now. You want to be agreeable. So here's the agreement challenge. You have to really, really practice this. And it's best if you practice with friends, family members, and work associates. You may even find it harder with them than people you don't know. You can record different scenarios into like a recorder and practice handling them where you agree first and handle later. So this is the drill. Try to agree with everyone you talk to for 1 day. Try this around the house, as you will be given endless opportunities every day to do the exact opposite of what I will be asking you to do in this drill. I'll bet you can't even make it 1 day without violating this very vital and basic rule of selling. Agree. Try it. Try it for a day. If you find yourself disagreeing outwardly with any person, then start over until you get through the whole day agreeing with everyone. Look, I know people that started this exercise at 8 o'clock. By 8:30, it already failed. Your kid walks up to you as soon as you start the drill, says, I don't want to go to school today, Dad. I don't want to go to school today, Mom. And you're like, put your clothes on. Fail, flunk. Handle him by agreeing first. I understand, little dude. I understand what you're saying because I didn't want to go to school on Fridays either, man. I hated it. Now get dressed, my little buddy, and let's get you to school. See, agree first and then sell. Your husband wants to go to a new action movie with you. You're sick of action movies. You'd rather go to a romantic dinner. That'd be a new one. What are you going to do? I don't want to go see another action movie. I hate kill flicks, right? No, flunk. What are you going to do? Hey, great idea. Let's go to the action movie. I know how much you love them. I love holding your hand while people are getting shot up and cars are flipping in the air. I love it. Agree first. You're right. Let's do it. Great idea. Hey, why don't we go down to the new cafe first and get a bite before we even go to the movie? See, agree first. Once you've agreed, it's possible then to suggest alternatives that are more suitable for you. Now that you're in the cafe, you'll either buy time and learn how to sell him on something else, or you'll have to go to the action movie. Sell or be sold, okay? It's up to you, because you're always selling either way, or you're getting sold. Either way, you're going to spend time with your husband, your spouse, and both of you can win. A client tells you, it's too much money. Now it's for real. Now we're in the real world, baby, where it costs dough. And money's not the most important thing. I'd rather get along with my wife, personally. Truth is, I'd rather be able to do both. Know how to agree with her and handle her, and know how to, get it done at work too. Client tells you, it's too much money. Maybe you're asking for a raise. That's your client. Your boss is your client. Maybe you're trying to sell a product. Maybe you're selling a product. He's out, whatever, a service. You're selling a service. It's too much money. It's time. It's on for real. Sir, I agree it's a lot of money. Everyone that invests in this product agrees this system is a big investment when they're buying it. That's why you should get it installed so I can start making you money right back right now. See what I'm doing? Agree and then go. A new roof, a lot of money. I agree, it's a lot of money. Your new roof is going to last for 30 years. There won't be any more leaks, no costly repairs, no worries, no problems. And look, you got to do it sooner or later. Let's get it done now. Hey, the bedrooms are too small, the buyer says. You're right. I agree. It's the first thing I noticed when I came in here. What do you think we can do about it? What do you mean? What are you going to do about the bedroom, Jim? Yeah, me and my husband were talking. We're just going to blow out this wall over here. Let them come up with a solution. You don't have to come up with all of them. See, agree, and then offer the buyer an opportunity to find their own solution before you start running around trying to create solutions to objections that might not even be real. They say, we never make a rash decision. What are you going to say? Practice this, drill it. And I agree with you. To make a rash decision would be a wrong thing to do, and I wouldn't want you to do that. However, folks, if I may, you've been thinking about upgrading for some time now. You've been using the same computer system for almost 10 years. And hey, you called me. You know it's time to update. If you would have done it 9 years ago, I would say it was rash. But 10 years? Come on. This thing makes sense. Let's do it. The ability to agree with the customer is senior to all other rules of selling. I don't care what the rule is, what you learned, who you learned it from, what God told you to sell like this. This rule cannot be violated. Agreement is senior to closing the deal. I can't believe I'm saying that because I see the close as something sacred. However, if you disagree with someone before you close, you risk never getting to the point where you can close. Show me the top 1% of all the salespeople in any industry. Put them in one room and I'll show you people who are masters, geniuses at agreeing with people first and closing later. Salespeople are constantly trying to sell and negotiate over disagreement. It's incorrect. This is no different than trying to swim against the current. Salmon swims upstream, baby. You know what's going to happen? They're dying to lay their eggs. You don't want to do that. In most cases, a person doesn't drown from water in his lungs. He drowns from exhaustion, fighting against the water itself, and then gets water in his lungs. Most salespeople drown in the negotiations from exhaustion of trying to overcome every objection. Start the sale from agreement, then continue to agree. Agree through the negotiations, make the buyer right, close later. You're right. I'm with you. I agree. Let me see what I can do for you. I understand. I'll make it happen. Done. You're right. I'm with you. I agree. Let me see what I can do for you. I understand. I'll make it happen. Done. You're right. I'm with you. I agree. Let me see what I can do for you. I understand. I'll make it happen. Done. You need to drill that in until you're sick of hearing yourself, but it's automatic. Agree. Regardless of how off-key or incorrect the buyer may be, it is critical that the relationship is built on agreement if you want to make the sale. You go in to get a raise. I can't give you a raise right now, man. Business is tightening. You better learn how to do this if you ever want a raise. You'll find out how important selling is right now every time you go to get one. Some people will say that agreeing when you don't really agree is manipulation. While I'm willing to agree with them that they see it as manipulation, first rule of selling is agree. I'd have to agree with them. I see agreeing as my attempt, however, to get along. I think that disagreeing with people manipulates me out of a sale, and that doesn't make sense either. If you say it's hot and I think it's cold, I'm able to agree with your viewpoint that you think it's hot. What have I lost? Is that manipulation? I'm simply acknowledging that you think it's hot. This is not, by any means, manipulation. It is understanding the human condition. It is understanding the human being's need to be right. You didn't ask me what I thought about the temperature. You said it was hot. I think it's cold. You didn't ask me what I thought. All I did was agree with your reality without adding that I think it's cold, which would only serve to make you wrong. By establishing basic agreement, you're creating the opportunity to help your prospect, your buyer, your opportunity purchase your product or your service or your ideas. If the buyer never gets a chance to see what you're offering because of an earlier disagreement, then know that you've made an error by not allowing them to see your product or service in the proper light. All you've done is put their focus on the disagreement rather than on you, your product, your company, and your service. So how do you soften any buyer? Let's say I have someone telling me, okay, and when I say buyer, I'm talking about any situation. Let's say I have someone telling me that they've only got 10 minutes, and you know you can't do your presentation in 10 minutes. It wouldn't even be fair to you, your company, or your product. I've watched salespeople spend 10 minutes talking about how they can't do their presentation in 10 minutes. A better alternative, because all they're doing is disagreeing. They're basically saying, you're going to give me 10 minutes, but it's not enough. Disagreement. A better alternative is agree that 10 minutes would be fine, and then go into your presentation. If you start the relationship off with with agreement, if you started off with agreement, you at least position yourself to have a chance to tell the prospect about your product. At least you spend the 10 minutes talking about something positive, not about something you can't do anything about anyway. Additionally, you'll come across as being understanding, easy to deal with, and very, very professional. I've personally been in hundreds of selling situations where the entire process, the entire relationship started off with the buyer limiting me on the amount of time that he would give me, knowing if he limits my time, I can't make a sale. See, but I love this because I immediately tell them the time they've offered me is more than enough time. By the customer's response, you'd think I'd stepped into a phone booth, flew out with a cape on. The buyer looks at me like, wow, man, this guy's super salesperson. And they immediately know they're dealing with a pro, a professional, a great. Customers respect me immediately because the fact that I agree with them, not because I was slick at handling their objections. I agree. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. I don't want to fight. I want to respect people for what they give me and what they offer me. You give me 3 minutes. I appreciate it. That's more than I had. What created this response or change in the person, the individual? It wasn't trick or manipulation. It was because I agreed to the limitation and I was willing to work with what time they offered me. I showed them respect and appreciation instead of voicing disagreement. Hey, I'd rather have 10 minutes than no minutes. What about you? By first agreeing with them, you can then move on with your presentation. Nothing will soften a buyer, a prospect, the person in front of you. Nothing will soften that person more than being agreeable. The magic words. Here are a list of magic words. Now, regardless of whether the customer is right or wrong, you need to make it safe for him to be right so he doesn't have to get stuck in his rightness, that he's unable to change his mind later. If you want people to agree with your viewpoint, all you've got to do is agree with their position, agree with their opinion, and step into their shoes for a moment. If you want to keep an argument going with someone, tell them how wrong they are. If you want to keep a raving maniac going on and on and on about how right he is, just disagree with him. He'll scream. If you want to get him to shut up, all you have to do is agree with him. He'll stop behaving like a raving maniac. There's no easier way to instantly end an argument than by agreeing with the opposition. A friend of mine who'd been married for 17 years said that the magic formula to her relationship was telling her husband, "You are right." Hey, how do you argue with that? By ending silly arguments, one can move on and enjoy the important things in life. Customer service problems can be handled the same way. When you get a complaint, go ahead and agree with the complaint. You guys screwed up everything here. I agree with you, sir. Let me figure out how to correct it for you. But if you tell him he's wrong, you're only adding gasoline to the fire of disagreements. You've probably experienced this phenomenon in your own life. As an exercise, try it with your spouse or friend. Wait until they say something and then tell them that they're wrong. Watch what happens. You've just fueled an argument. To end off the argument, now tell them that they're right. By agreeing, you cool off and put out the fire of disagreement. It may take more agreements to put out the fire then, though, however, than it takes disagreements to light it. In the argument with agreement, pour it on like water on a fire. You know, I once told a salesperson, I was buying a product and I said, look, I'd just like to pay cash for this. At which time he said, no, you don't want to pay cash. You should finance it. And this created a block to my power of decision. It stopped my power to decide and move forward. It actually lessened my enthusiasm for continuing to do business with him. By disagreeing with me, and I know he wasn't really disagreeing with me, but he did tell me, no, you don't want to do that. This person created a barrier to what should have been an easy sale. He could have simply said, even if he thinks me paying cash is a bad thing, he could have simply said, cash would be great, sir. Thank you. Then as he was taking my cash, he could have shown me both the cash price and the alternative if I'd financed the product. At which point, I would have at least considered the alternative as a choice, not a make wrong. Agreement is the fastest route to getting your way. Do yourself a favor and practice agreeing with people. The three most powerful words in the English language are, you are right. The two most powerful words in the English language, I agree. Agree with the customer means control for the salesperson, happier customer, quicker decisions. Miracles take place out of agreement. Always, always, always agree with the customer.